Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another recap. Game 11 in the books, and Magnus, Jan, Yasser. I'm joined once again. How are you, buddy? And I mean, what do you make of today?
Yeah, well, I am fine, Aman. Hope you are too. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the chessbrah recap, the after game after party, and now we can officially say the after the match party. Yeah, I
Yeah,
wanted to say that match play, in many ways, there's a kind of a consistency in match play in the idea that if you're playing somebody really stronger than you are, you start playing better. You catch up with them during the play, and that more or less by the end of the match, you guys are playing pretty even.
yeah,
Or conversely, you're playing somebody a lot better than you, but they play down to your level. you know, I mean, somewhere they kind of harmonically
definitely.
get together. Jan just played an awful match, and there's no getting around that. I mean, he just too many blunders. First half, fine, very very nice. He's fighting. Chances are more or less even.
Yeah,
Second half of the match, where's Jan? Anybody seen Jan? He's kind of
Maciek,
left the building.
Jan.
And the blunders like today's was just so egregious. I mean, you go from an absolute 3-0 position to a minus 6.7, something just egregiously bad. This is what happened today was far worse than getting your bishop trapped at c7, c6.
Definitely.
Magnus didn't make mistakes in this match. Yes, he did. He made subtle errors and he missed a few things here and there, but they were not anywhere like today's blunder by Jan. I mean, not even close. I mean, maybe Magnus blundered the control of the square.
Yeah. Oops.
you know, his opponent's blundering pieces, rooks.
But Yasser, I was
And,
actually, I can admit I was a little incorrect in one of my predictions because I knew that it would come down to a situation like this, as I think most of us did, where Nepo would be in that situation where, hey, I don't think he's going to win a game against Magnus, and he's going to be in a position where his brain is telling them that he has to, so he's going to do something crazy. And I was under the impression that if it came down to it, like today, and he was in a dead equal position, that he would be frustrated. He might hate how, lame his play was, how he didn't get an advantage, but at the end of the day, he wouldn't commit a move that basically ended the game and just like handed it to his opponent. I really thought that he would make that draw and the players would sort of like draw the match out, draw, and just it's over, like, kind of resigns. But he went
right.
crazy today, and I think that just only serves to hurt the reputation. If you want to end the match, just make a draw today. And Magnus will make a
Right.
draw tomorrow, and it's like, okay, you save a bit of, I don't know, dignity for lack of a better word, and you
Right.
don't just kind of bomb out in the way that he did.
Yeah, going into the match, we mentioned as we were coming on the air, Peter Doggers, a shout out to Peter, who actually lives down the street in Amsterdam. Um, Predictions. And the funny thing was, following 2018 and the match of 2016, I actually predicted a high number of wins. I said five. And I predicated that on that Jan was going to win at least one of the
Yeah,
five I was
exactly.
predicting, not lose four. Going into the match, one of the things that uh, Ian had as a knock against him was that he was too streaky. He was too moody.
Hmm.
That when things aren't going his way, his play can go really down. And that on the other side of the table, there's Magnus, who, when he's having a bad tournament, he finishes at +1 and
Yeah.
+2, third place, second place. His bad, the bad Magnus is, as Anish once described it, as I'll take that.
Exactly.
So Jan has an ability to play to a greater level than Magnus did. So we thought, okay, if things went wrong for Ian, things could go really wrong. But if things went right for Ian at the start, he could carry that momentum. And looking back, I mean, it's very easy,
Yeah,
2020 in
2020.
hindsight, and the press conference. Well, Ian, what do you think went wrong? Well, if I knew it, I'd correct it. Looking back, it's very easy for us to say that marathon game was it
It was
broke him.
it. Yeah,
It, it
it broke him.
yeah,
Really
and
did.
Ian just absolutely never recovered. It wasn't maybe just the length of the game, which was exhausting for everybody, commentators included, but it was also that Ian, did it to himself. He could have taken on B4. He could have had the sunny side of that
Right.
game instead of the winter side
A lot of
that
regrets from
lasted
that
for
game.
8 hours. Yeah. So I think that Ian was probably simply kicking himself, never recovered, and wasn't in the match thereafter. I mean, if you say that the match looked like there were two halves, right? The second half was missing Ian.
Yeah, they had us in the first half. Not gonna lie.
Right? And
But I mean,
yeah.
this game was also the case where he's kicking himself for so many reasons. It's like could
Oh,
have
for sure.
maybe had
Yeah.
winning chances, should have
Right.
been drawing, and it goes on so long. And you
Right.
brought up something earlier in the match that you were sort of highlighting that no one was really talking about, but it's actually a big part of the match, and it's the experience. It's that
Oh,
Magnus
for
has
sure.
been in this situation many,
Been there,
many
done
times.
that.
He's played 7-hour games. He's, maybe missed a win when it was there. He knows how to handle that, whether he would be on the sunny side or the winter side, as you said, of that game.
Exactly.
And Nepo
Exactly.
that was the first time this happened to him. And this is how he handled it. And that probably wasn't ideal.
Yeah, for sure. Bingo bongo, right on point. And Nepo, he kind of alluded to it. He said, like, this was the biggest test of my career. And even though I did a lot of preparation, there was nothing that really could prepare me for it. It's not like I could read it in a book somewhere. And, it's the experience of putting your hand over a candle is something you got to experience. You can't read it in a book that, your your hand begins to hurt. No, I mean, you put your hand over the guy, wow, that really hurt. And yeah, you play a world championship match, and yeah, you can ask Sergey, like, what were your feelings? How did you approach it?
Mhm.
And that gives you some insight. But until you put your hand over the candle, until you play a world championship match yourself, you really can't know the pressures. And there is a great deal, I just want to say that once again, a great deal of emotional pressure. You have these, really highs and lows, like, oh, what an idiot.
Yeah.
Yes, 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 yes. He's fallen into my preparation. And it's almost a constant, and it just wears you out. You get really tired during world championship matches. And, if you can't get to sleep, you got a
Hey, you're
real
not gonna.
problem. You got a real
It's
problem.
like the classic like catch 22 where, if you're trying to go apply for a job, they're like, "Hey man, what's your experience?" And you're like, "Well, I don't have experience because I
That's
need the
why I need
job."
a
And they're like, "Well,
job.
you can't get the job without the experience." And it's
Right?
like it's the World Championship is such a unique thing that you just to experience it at all is like
Hmm.
once in a lifetime. And
Right.
Nepo's gonna have done this as a challenger, and
Mm.
the large majority of the top 10 of the grandmasters of the world won't get to do what he's even done. So it's not something that you just get to do and it's like, okay, now I got this world
Exactly.
championship thing, I'll be back next
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
Like, yeah,
So you
now I
got
got the experience. Like, it's not
right,
that
right,
easy.
right. Exactly. So, funnily enough, that was kind of like the way it went in my career. Like the first time I played in the World Junior Championship, I did poorly. I came back the next time and I was gold medal. First time I played in the U.S. Championship, I did okay. Didn't win it. The second time, I won it. The first time in the interzonal, I didn't qualify, but the next time I did.
Right.
Jan is a challenger. Yay. And he's really thinking, especially when the money hits his bank account. Yeah, definitely. I want to go back there. I want to become the challenger again. But as I've mentioned, the system is such a terrible system that there's no guarantee that the best player in the world is going to win the candidates. If Magnus plays in the candidates and his only prize is first, he's the odds-on favorite not to win first in the candidates.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take the field, you take Magnus.
Exactly.
Right? I got 7 players, you got 1. My chances of winning are twice as good as yours, easily. It's just math. There's nothing to do. So, yeah, I hear you loud and clear. Ian got the experience of hey, I became a challenger. Now I can do things better. Now I know what to avoid, let's say. And there's no guarantees, not even close, that he'll get back.
Close. Yeah.
To this level. The players alluded to that, and it was something actually that Magnus had said. He said that he does not like the system. He thinks it's bad. Of course, the system favors him, so he's not like, I demand an instant change. But he says this is not a good modern system. End of story. And he says, do better. Right. But he's been saying that for quite some time. And Fide seems very, very happy. Even when I think Hu Yifan had her little, shall we say, angst.
Right.
She threw a tantrum. Fide basically said, hey, man, we have the power, you play. Shut up. And so they haven't taken Magnus under their wing and said, what do you want? And again, to his credit, what I will say about the Magnus Carlsen Tour, the online series of competitions, of course, is what I'm referring to.
Yep.
They were there. Full stop, end of story. It may say the Magnus Carlsen Tour, but he didn't get any, from what I could see, better treatment.
Special,
Everybody was treated, special treatment. Thank you. Everybody was treated fair and equal, and he earned his spots, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
So he's demonstrated that as a world champion, he's willing to start a cycle that's fair for everybody.
Yeah, he's the one that's interested in it, which again says a lot about it. Like it's fun.
Character.
It's fun to watch, like the NHL or the NBA, and it's like, hey, is the team that just came and crushed last season, are they gonna spin it back around and win 2 in a row? Because they're gonna have to work just as hard as every other team to get there. They don't just sit there at the Super Bowl and wait for everyone else to come dethrone them in one football game.
Well, it's actually quite ironic that you say that. First of all, you're absolutely, absolutely right, of course. But there was a time that the Wimbledon Lawn and Tennis Association, and I believe it was in the early 1900s, simply said, oh, Wimbledon champion Aman, next year you'll have to defend your title against a challenger. Are you up for it, buddy? And you would be like, yes, go ahead. Please seed me into the finals. I will I will be happy to dispatch my opponent. And yes, they used to seed the Wimbledon Lawn and Garden Tennis Association, some really wonderful title like that, and the champion. And then somebody said, that's not right. That's unfair. They go, I'll be damned. I think you're right.
You don't
and they,
say.
and they change the tournament rules. Like, wow, it really takes somebody, deep thoughts. And other people, including Nepo today, and said, well, the World Championship match, it's a tradition. We have to respect tradition, and it is what it is. But I mean, not that anybody's ever asked me, but I mean, I set out in Fresh Start in 2003 to create a system that was incredibly fair to everybody, and I showed it to everybody, including Gary, and go, okay, I like that. Yeah, let's do it that way. And then, of course, FIDE went and did their 128 player knockout. And
yeah.
End of story.
Um,
Not gonna force it.
Yeah, so I'm
Not
just
gonna
going
do
to
it.
shout out A Doubly here, who came in with 5 gifted subs to start our streaming day
Thank you.
off. And
Nice.
yeah, we got the chat here, Yasser. Some people are just
Yeah,
coming
baby.
in. Did you want to take a look at the game? It's not the most
Sure. Let's do it.
exciting. We don't need to spend a lot of time on it, I think, but we
Well,
can breeze through it.
let's do a recap. And first of all, I was really nicely pleased and satisfied that Nepo mixed things up. The Italian e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4 that was played took me back to the scholastic days of yore.
So it's funny.
I remember it well.
It's so funny that you should say that as I read a comment in the chat from our buddy Kinda Young Dave. He's like, man, I was watching the World Championship game today and it just looked like building habits. Like, it looked like my course that I released for beginners to improve at chess. And I'm like, man, you just got to play h6, knight f6, bishop out, castle, keep everything defended, trade every piece in sight, and then play a central pawn move, and that's it.
That's it.
And that's exactly what happened today.
You get like a pat on the head. Yeah. So bishop c4, bishop c5. I got to tell you, a lot of scholastics, pardon me, a lot of scholastic championships that I played in. That was it. Yep. Now, knight f6 is an invitation to the fried liver attack.
It is. And this is, this has haunted many a 400's nightmares.
Exactly. Now, I mean, that's a whole different branch of theory, and kind of like what you say, we'll be brief. But if you look at the books, some of them are really, really thick, like this. And I still remember, I think it's from my 60 Memorable Games by Bobby Fischer. Bobby Fischer is white, and he's playing in a junior championship, and he plays the move knight g5, and his opponent plays the move bishop c5. And Bobby nearly fell out of his chair in laughter. Like,
amateur.
I mean, they said it was going to be easy. I didn't know it was going to be this easy. And, while he's like laughing over his opponent's move, he starts thinking, okay, my coaches, bastards, they tell me, respect your opponent, before you zealously believe them to be complete idiots, and we know they are. Imagine that they are right. So Bobby starts looking the position. Of course, every fiber in his being wants to play knight takes f7. So he thinks about it. He goes, knight takes f7. What was the purpose of bishop c5? Of course, the guy's going to play bishop takes f2 check.
Yeah.
King takes f2. What? Knight takes e4 check. King has to go. Like, whoa.
Yeah.
And Bobby starts going like this, hemming and hawing,
wait a minute.
Is this for real? This can't be right. And he really goes into it. And what was extraordinary is that after quite some time, Bobby calculates his way through the line, and he goes bishop takes f7 check, king e7, bishop d5, which is considered the absolute best moves for white in a very, very complicated position that he never saw before. I mean, that kind of says, ooh, this guy might be good someday.
You should try that chess thing.
Did you see what that guy just pulled? He played bishop f7 and bishop back to d5, and he stopped himself from playing knight takes f7. But yes, absolutely. Knight g5, to my way of thinking, is probably the single biggest challenge. Now,
right.
Again, there's tons and tons and tons and tons of theory, but that's why a lot of people want to say in the 90s just played bishop c5 without thinking. They didn't want to see knight f6.
And basically, you just don't need to deal with knight g5 if you play bishop c5 as well. So
exactly,
it could also just be the lazy man's move too.
Right. Okay, so knight f6, d3. Jan wasn't really too interested in pursuing matters with knight g5. Bishop c5, c3, all well and good, and d7, d6, castles, and a5. So, yeah, it's funny how theory. I don't think that theory really takes leaps and bounds. It's more like it kind of creeps along, like
Definitely.
just little things. And take the move a5 back for a second.
Yep.
And I am not kidding. And take the move castles back for a second. And in my, bless them, scholastic days, b4, bishop b6, a4.
I mean, you win a piece half the time.
It worked half the time. You're absolutely right. There's no question. Grabbing some space on the queen's side was a pretty nifty idea. After castles a5, it's kind of funny that became like a really good move. And it is, because it just kind of stops the queenside expansion. And it really, in my view, now totally encourages d3, d4.
Right.
Like, because there's nowhere else to go.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to play g4, g5 and kill the guy. You're not going to go b4 anymore. So it's sort of like you got to go down this direction. And Nepo's next few moves do that. He plays rook e1 in order that the pawn on e4 is adequately defended. Bishop a7, h3, I believe he played. Or
not quite. He actually came with h3 really, really late in the game. He didn't play it at all.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. I think it's because I'm expecting the move h3.
As h3 looks very logical,
popular.
But I think after d4, the reason you're suggesting it is bishop g4, right?
Precisely so.
Yeah.
Precisely. Yeah. That's exactly right. I don't want to suffer the consequences of bishop g4. So let's imagine h3, h6, because you more or less don't want to castle and allow bishop g5.
That's also what he played in the game, so pretty consistent.
Right. And I think white needs to play bishop b3 here so that when he does play d4, there's not a knight takes e4 and a d5 kind of thing in the jig for. And after castles, d4.
Yay.
Yay. We've achieved the ultimate goal. We have the central pawn duo, and I don't know what too much else we've got.
Well, the problem is that, black's not
space,
necessarily going to take and allow your knight to get to c3. And if you go bishop b3, you're kind of hanging this guy. If you go knight d2, you're kind of hanging this guy.
Right,
you got to go slow here, like bishop c2, bishop e3, right? And build it up.
Exactly. So, okay, Nepo goes knight a3, and it's certainly a move. I mean, it's all part and parcel of the theory.
And did you expect knight b5? Because I did.
Yes.
I thought that as black,
And
when you
my
play
engines
a5
did
this,
too.
that it's like you're asking for knight b5, you're just sort of gaining a tempo.
Right, no question about it. I thought knight b5, bishop b6. What else? And yeah, you just play that position. But Nepo's decision of knight c2 and bishop e3.
It just felt like, I don't know, it just looks like you're not trying to play for anything. Knight b5, it's like
Right,
you're attacking the bishop with tempo. You're also supporting
right,
d4, probably going to get an
right.
imbalanced position. Hey, I mean, take it.
Which is what you need, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, no question about it. My engines, Stockfish and Fritz, um, were both kind of pounding the table for knight b5, knight c2, surprise.
Yeah.
And Magnus has achieved his goal. He's got a very, very safe king. All he now needs to do is trade off. When I look at this position and you say to me, "Yes, what's White's best piece?" What's White's best minor piece? I said, no question about it. It's the bishop on c4 because
Yeah.
it hits all of these squares in Black's camp. So Black's light squared bishop, if it could trade, and if you look at it right now, you would say, let's go.
Yeah.
Good deal for Black. Trade him off. You could play bishop e6 immediately, which is theory.
Yeah.
And you could do what Magnus did, which was play rook e8 as a prelude, so you don't have to suffer the consequences of double pawns. A4, that move was a surprise for me. I don't know if it was for you as well, but I'm not sure I quite understand A4.
I mean, a4 looks really logical to me in
It does?
just
Oh,
looking
good.
at the move. Like the move itself is like, okay, I get
Okay.
it, like a4, but it doesn't look logical to me when I just like take a step back at the match and it's just like, what are we really doing here? In that sense,
Yeah,
like,
what?
is a4 really the play? But other than a4,
Well,
I don't know what to recommend, man.
well, why are we here?
Yeah,
We're here to do
exactly.
what? No, I mean, for me, I didn't think it was even questionable. I thought you'd play h3 not because it's an absolutely genius move. It's because it's something you want.
Hmm.
Bishop e6, bishop b5. You don't play this because it's an absolute genius move. It's because you need,
Some
sadly,
imbalance.
to keep some pieces on the board. Now, on some distant planet far, far, far away from here, you get to play knight h2 and queen f3 and knight g4 and make great huffing and puffing sounds.
Yeah.
Right. The trade of the dark square bishops kind of helped Black a little bit. But
No,
anyway,
for sure.
this is more or less, I don't know what you got to do, but a4, bishop takes e6, another move I scratch my head about. You gotta play bishop b5, right? I mean, I thought bishop b5, bishop d7, queen c2, knight e7, d4, and
Who knows, but at least it's something.
hope,
Yeah.
hope, keep some pieces on the board. Like I don't know, do something.
I just never ever was given the impression by Nepo that he wanted to win the
Uh,
game.
right? Or
Um,
giving himself a chance to win the game. Because when I saw bishop e6, rook e6, I was like, whoa, this is going to be a really tame draw, like the Petrov, the previous game that
and
Magnus.
this is like, you kind of remind me of that because we had a discussion about G5 in that game, like a very aggressive way to
Yes,
play
earlier,
with
yes.
black, and it's sort of similar in the sense that if you're gonna play a move like G5, hey man, don't play the Petrov and then go for a G5 thing. Just play an play Sicilian. Like there are other ways to get a dynamic position. So I feel the same way here. It's like he's not even considering stuff like this because the way he's played so far, it wouldn't even be in line with his play. And then of course he lashes out with a move G3 later, which is like crazy, ludicrous. So I really
Right.
don't get the whole like. There's no cohesion to some of the moves and gameplay that I'm seeing from Nepo.
Yeah, the way I would describe it is like there's a glitch in the logic chain there, like a link got broke. Anyway, played bishop takes e6, rook takes e6, queen b3, yay,
Yeah.
tempo, b6, rook d1,
Yeah.
a little bit okay, high marks for centralization, but okay, knight e7. Now, these types of positions, again, I am not, I really want to make myself as clear as possible. I'm not suggesting that white is better. I don't think white has much of anything, frankly.
Diddly
However,
squat.
yeah, like diddly squat. However, in these positions, I mean, it is commonplace. Like grandmasters for generations have been playing g3, knight g6, king g2. You just take away the f4 square and you're a little bit more cocooned, your king, than
this knight's
otherwise.
a little bit better than that knight. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, it's going to take you a while, but on a really good day, you'll get to go knight d5, and yes, you will one day play d4.
Yeah, sure.
And maybe your rooks will be well positioned, right? I hope.
Yeah, I mean,
please make it happen.
It's really tough.
The other thing that, funnily enough, you go back with the knight on c6 for just a moment.
Yep.
Yeah, you could play the move knight d5. This is actually, drum roll,
like instead of this.
Yeah, rook a d1 is a novelty. Knight d5 is in my database, and that particular game went knight e7, c4. And I thought, okay, stupid way of playing it, but okay. I mean, there's some you're keeping pieces on the board, right?
Right.
Like whatever it's worth. I mean, if you play for argument's sake knight g6, maybe I can play in that case d4, and after c6, knight back to d7 or something like that. Knight back to c3, I beg your pardon. And, I'm not, you hope. I mean, again, Ian needs something, right? This is more than the game. In the game, queen b3, played rook d1, and Magnus said, wow, okay, now I'll play knight e7. You don't even play g3. Okay, queen d7. And now I thought, well, the irony is Ian has been playing for d3, d4. The irony in this game is that Magnus gets to play d5 first.
I know. It's kind of crazy.
This is terrible.
And this knight h2 move doesn't have a lot of cohesion with like the queen or like really any of the pieces. It's sort of like, yeah, you get this plan, but I mean, black gets d5. I don't know. It just wasn't much there.
Actually, it was hilarious. My 3400 engine stockfish, after rook d8, wanted to play knight on h2 back to f3. He considered that the best move for white. Not making a lot of progress here.
Not the best sign.
Okay, knight g4 takes, and I really thought the game was going to be agree to draw very shortly. We had d4 takes on d5, rook e4 box, queen c2 box, rook f4, good move because d3 in trading the d pawn for the a4 pawn would favor white,
right?
Because he's got the central pawn on d5. So rook f4, and of course everybody and his brother expected rook d4, takes. Lots of wholesale trading in this position, and I don't know.
0.00.
Right, the dreaded triple zeros appear. So I thought, okay, nice day at the office, hard work, good job, everybody, go home. G3, and well, I mean, what? That's suicide. I mean, the chess bar, the eval, crashed to -7. Like, I mean, it's, it's it's not even close, Aman. It's like we shoot hoops, And if I hit the rim, and it bounces around, you go, you almost got that one, buddy. When it goes into the neighbor's yard, you look at me and say, you go get it.
Your turn.
Your turn. G3, oh God.
I think I
I don't
heard
know how many levels on how many levels this move is wrong. This move is wrong on so many levels. It's like,
well, it contains
yeah,
no winning chances. That's the thing.
none.
So it's not even
Let's start
like
with that.
it's not even like there is a 0.01. Like, no, because
No.
the continuation already indicated that he's shuffling his king. So it's like, okay, that's enough to just like, okay.
Black has at least a perpet.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go into a variation where my opponent has at least a perpet,
So
probably a lot more.
so I was told,
What?
Yasser, and
Yes.
I'm not even. Well, let me be clear. I almost don't believe it, but that line that Nepo was calculating was this.
Yes. Please. Okay.
And it's like, okay, if this is let's say that this is what has to happen, I can at least get in the head of, okay, you need a win. Great, right? Like, yeah, sure.
Material imbalance.
Material imbalance, your worst, but you do have your chances in fairness. But it's like missing Queen G4 is just
egregious. If that's what he was calculating and you miss Queen G4, it means that, sadly, that really the mind's not working. The stresses, the emotions, the mind is just not working. And it oftentimes has happened to me. I feel almost this disembodied, pathetic person. I'm at the board and I make a move, and it's like there's a devil sitting on my shoulder saying, what are you doing? There is no world that could possibly be a good plan, right? And you look at the pawns in front of your king, and you've obviously lifted your kimono, but you're looking at queen takes G4. What else? Because the guy gets to take a pawn with check. Now, taking the pawn with check on F2, and that's the only option? No. I mean, everybody wants to bring their queen next to their opponent's king, right? So
yeah.
Queen G4 is like a screaming, like, me here, like, oh dear. If Queen takes G4 came as a surprise to Nepo, then it's been a terrible.
He did say that in his immediate interview after the game. So
I didn't catch that. Wow.
I mean, it can only get in his head, but this is just like crazy, obviously. So it's tough to speculate. G3 is crazy on, as you said, so many levels. It's tough to even break it down. But I mean, what we saw after was a repetition, which, as you and I know, hey, if you got a repetition already, then the move sucks.
Right. Exactly. And King G1 was because, King E2 is a magical walk to nowhere. I mean, it's like there's knight takes D5, there's pawn takes F2. You can't. Yeah, actually, I think pawn takes F2 was really the best move because you can't take because of the stupid skewer.
Yeah.
You have to play rook F1. And then actually.
Sure.
Yeah. And then there was this really powerful move, knight F5. And you got no choice. You really have to stop mate, queen D3. And then it was like rook check, king D2, and knight G3. That was a really powerful move. I want to take the rook with check. And
Right.
if you play a move like king c1, I think I wanted to say, then it was queen g2, and there's no stopping a capture of the rook. Like, bam. Or no, actually, in this position, yeah, there's
Nice.
queen takes f1.
Right,
Right,
even
thank you.
nicer.
Yeah, even nicer. Yeah, like
Your
winning
pins,
in
he can't use the
style or something.
knight, but then yeah, here
Oh
you're
dear.
just styling on him.
Yeah, no, everything unfortunately has gone wrong. So, um, yeah, yeah, my goodness. Now here it was actually a very strange thing. So, basically, the commentary team is kind of shoveling the dirt, bearing the coffin, and there wasn't really any discussion about it. You play e takes f2 check. You can't
Forced queen
take the
takes.
king. You
Yeah.
got to take, and you play rook d6, the rover,
Hmm.
rook up and rook over, and you look at it and you go, oh dear, oh dear. My engine says rook e2, rook g6 check, queen g2
Yeah. I mean,
as the very, very, very best.
you're not even
Like,
bothering to
like minus
calculate
9,
that.
right? Right? And it's like, oh my God,
F5, I
what
guess you
knight takes
take. I
f5?
mean, checking here.
The
But
old
it's like
spike check.
you're not really ever stopping this move. That's the
No,
issue.
no. So like we all thought Magnus was being a little bit sadistic, here, not just playing e takes f2, and he played knight f5, which is like,
It might be his
again,
worst move of the match.
right? Exactly. It's like when he makes a mistake, he makes it from a totally winning position. It's a little
Exactly.
imprecision there. Okay. So he takes, no, yeah, he had to play
D6.
d6.
Which is probably the best move by far, I imagine.
Right. And then comes yet another slight imprecision.
Yeah.
Not, I mean, again, my engine says you take the pawn and you're up 6. You play knight h4, you're up 3. A win is a win, but I'll take the +6 over +3 any day.
Yeah,
Like,
you got to
okay.
wonder if there's a little bit of a sadistic Magnus energy here, man. He's made him sit there for so much longer than he wanted to be.
Right. Oh, yeah. And now you're threatening mate. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oops.
now, your one dream is now cast aside. You just helped mate
Ooh.
yourself.
Right. Right.
And yeah, I mean,
Queen f2, I think, was
I think it
forced.
was Queen F2. Yeah.
And then a good move, actually, here by Magnus. Magnus kind of rights the ship, if you will, with this move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
But
forced.
okay. Yeah. And he gets himself into a completely winning rook ending. But it's almost like it's so unfair, right? Because after queen g2, king g2, knight e1, rook d6, you're only a pawn up. You're only a pawn up in this rook ending. But it's not that. It's like black's the one with the open file, the
Yeah, it's
active
so
rook,
bad.
and the passer, right? So it's like, it's so unfair. Ian at this moment is just thinking,
Yeah,
okay,
it's
king f3, rook d2.
you're
Right.
forced to play on in a position where you have no chance and you have no chance.
Right.
So you're just like, ugh.
Ugh. Yeah, h5. Here, rook c2. Right, right. Again, according to my engine guy, sorry, I'm just the messenger here. The third best move.
Rook C2, you mean?
Yeah, the third best move. No question about it. My engine's, like just, pounding the table. H4 resigns. It's like huge, huge, huge advantage. King G7, +5. Huge, huge advantage. Rook C2,
I
plus
thought Rook
4.
C2 was the most logical to try to take this pawn and defend this when I saw it, but
Yeah.
I mean
Okay,
H4 getting
just put
H2 is like
just put king g7 on the board for just a quick sec then,
Yeah.
just in that case. Because you got to go king c6. What else are you going to do, right?
Yeah.
h4,
Yeah.
king c7, h3,
I think you gotta...
king b6. What else are you going to do, right? No, in this case, I go h2 and rook check. So you got to go rook back first.
But that's my point, is like, if you're going rook check, I'm getting a better version than, you know, I don't know if it's better a5, but my point is I got an extra pawn.
Okay, just then in that case, put the pawn back on, yeah, rook comes back to b1, right? Go ahead, so like this, go f6.
Hey man, I'm not calculating all this, dude. That's too long.
It's not fair,
dude. I'm not counting that far. Imagine you're wrong. Oof.
It's not much of a race, dude. Right? The pawn gets to g2. By the time you get the pawn to a7 or the king to b7 or whatever, you know, it's nothing. It's not so much fun. So yeah, it was kind of funny that h4, the computer says super easy. King g7, the computer says yeah, that's killer. Rook c2, third best.
You know, he's constantly playing the moves that give you enough hope to play on, but not enough to ever have a chance.
Right? So unfair.
It's cruel.
Rook b3, h4, king c6, h3, king takes, h.
I mean, what else? Yeah, this is pretty much all.
Rook takes. Yeah.
Now this is basically forced.
Right. You got to take it.
Now, maybe if I was over the board, I would be as surgical as Magnus was with his queen, but certainly online, I would be flailing, like, you know, like I would not look good converting this for black.
That was kind of the way that Fabi was feeling too, that the ending isn't trivial.
Yeah.
That, you know, you can mess things up, but the strangest part is like somehow the coordination between White's pieces, White's king and rook, is just dreadful.
Yeah, it's like you need this triangle to be intact.
Yeah, it's like it's just really bad. Maybe if the rook was on a5 already and the pawn was on a6,
I think it's more that like these pawns somehow they're so bad. Like this guy's always lose.
So bad.
If the pawns were like, you know, all gone as obvious, or if the pawn was like up here and the rook could be on b4, a little bit more comfortable.
Right.
But, yeah.
Comfy. But a5, queen e4, and that really is a killer blow because queen e6 check is just spearing the rook. And it's like the rook doesn't really have a good square. If you give up the pawn on e3 with check, he's going to take it with check. And if you go like rook a3, I saw a line that I think just went queen check, right? And just take, yeah, that was it. Thank you.
Yep.
Temporary blindness on my part there. So he had to play king a7.
He played king a7. For me, I thought he was going to play king b5. I thought it's like you have to admit that your rook needs to stay on the third rank or you're dead. So you bring the king a little bit closer, but that's obviously still losing. But I thought he was going to.
Okay, but then the problem is if you go queen d5 check.
Yeah.
And queen. Well, here I could go king g7. You can't push your pawn. You can't move. You're
maybe even f6 is a little more nasty.
to get the for black to get his own passer going, right? Yeah, and that's the problem. You're tethered to the rook. You've got to give up
and
the
if I go like this, you always have something like this. Check, and it's like again, if I go here, you're going nowhere. I can throw another move in, you know.
Right, I'm making serious progress on the king side. Yeah, so it turned out that optically you think, okay, you know, if this was a 1 minute game, you know, maybe I'm in here with a chance. But you're sitting here commentating a world championship match, and you're going, damn, this is so easy.
Yeah, I know. It's like,
And Magnus's moves were just like
and
bam,
if I
bam,
was with the
bam.
black pieces here, I would probably spend a long time after king d5 and probably calculate that line where the pawns go, because it's like, hey man, nobody's happy to play this move. Nobody's
Right?
really, truly, as a chess player, you cannot say you're happy to do this.
Uh-huh.
It's like, it's winning, it's probably the best line, but there's just something where you're like, man, this is definitely not the
I
cleanest.
wanted
Like,
something, I wanted something easier than this.
I deserve
Right?
something cleaner than this.
Right.
But obviously, it is winning, and Magnus,
Right.
he made it look easy.
Right. So yeah, King A7, and then
Yeah.
it's sort of like after the move King A8, because you don't want to. Yeah. Okay. King G7. The problem is after the move King G7, it's like you can't push the pawn.
Yeah, you're threatening Queen D8 to win the
Right.
pawn, and
Right.
if you push the pawn, there's going to be Queen E6, which hits the pawn and the rook,
Right.
and you can't
And if you
defend.
then and if you then go Rook A3, there's Queen C8 check. King has to go to A7, and then I skewer the rook that way. Oink. Yeah.
And if you can't
Yeah.
push the pawn, what are you doing?
Well, Queen D8 check is the killer.
Right.
As
And
well.
then, if you're bringing your rook up, not only could you maybe lose it, but you're also just tossing pawns.
Right. He played Rook B6, and then came the final
Nasty move,
Queen
Queen
C5.
C5.
Yeah, that's really nasty, because once again, you've got to put your rook on like this really doofus square.
Yeah.
And I thought it was I will take the pawn.
Oh yeah.
Queen takes it. Who wants that pawn? I mean, I got my hand well raised, but I think there was actually even a way of tying white up
like this, and then just play, well, not f6, but something like king move, and you can't play
No,
here.
I think my computer wanted something even more egregious, like Queen B5, King A7, F5. Right, your turn. It's like, oh man. Seen enough.
This is probably a nastier way to end the match.
Seen enough. Stop.
F5 is very visual. It hurts to look
Right.
at.
It hurts to look at. Your turn. Can you say Suksong? I really want to get into a pet peeve here. What the hell was going on with that press conference at the end? Oh my God, these guys are accredited journalists.
Accredited, I don't know. I mean, when you're a chess journalist, your accreditation is not like a fully fledged passport necessarily. Yeah.
Ian, what are your plans now? What are your next events?
Oh, wow. Feels bad, man. Wow, rip Yasser. Wow, that was going to be so funny, I can tell. What are your next events? Boom. Boom. Okay. Go Yasser. You know what? I think what it might have been is it's sort of like yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Naz Coolies. I was about to say the same thing. It's like the the table of high sparrows, the committee, the journalists. They heard what Yasser was about to say, and they're like, no, this guy's exposing us, man. He's the Snowden. We gotta get this guy. The journalist, the Illuminati. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe it was his connection, or maybe it was the Illuminati. I think it was. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So I got to give my take on the press conference before Yasser gets back because I don't think he'll like it. So I think the press conference questions are reasonable. People were mocking, Nepo, are you still trying to win the match? What a dumb question. He's not. We all saw the game today. We all saw the game yesterday. I mean, he's not trying to win the match. So it's an extremely reasonable question. I thought it was a great question, actually. I mean, he's clearly not trying to win the match. I think it's a totally fair question, the way he's been playing. And, I mean, some of the questions he's been being asked are like, hey, man, you got a guy that's off his game? Yeah, there are going to be some tough questions. Like, they don't know, the journalists don't know what to ask. It's like, Nepo, can you talk about G3? It's like, yeah, I didn't see any of the lines. Like, I don't know, what is he gonna say? The chess questions don't work. So it's like, I mean, what do you talk about? You can't even go like, Jan, it was a great match. You fought really hard. You did your best. It's really amazing. What are you feeling right now? Because he'll be like, well, dude, you thought that was amazing? That's insulting. It's like, it's too easy to get offended. It's too easy for the questions to look bad. We got to get Andrea back there for just a full presser of peace questions. I think that's the answer. But of course, the press conference is awful. So it's mostly tongue in cheek. But what I am saying is that when a player is playing like, let's just say quite far below his level, Nepo's a much better player than this. I think that the scope of questions that you're allowed to ask naturally widens and opens up. I think that's fair.
Katie to rejoin.
Hey there.
Hello, Yasser.
Hi. Sorry, I got disconnected. It may have been something on my end in terms of internet connection just kind of going down for that like 30 seconds, and then I get booted from a call. If I'm not active for 30 seconds, they say, get out of here.
Well, if that was the case, that's pretty impressive, man. That's like you've been chatting a lot over the last couple weeks is what that tells me.
Yeah. No, one of the things that I really love about Holland is it's an incredibly small country, and it's like all over the entire nation, they have high speed internet connection. And because it's a small country with a pretty large population, 17 million persons, the telephone companies, I want to say, do well in their cabling, in their fiber optics and stuff. So I've actually been spoiled. When I go to places in the United States, I don't get nearly the speed that I do here in Holland.
You are spoiled, man. Like I remember, when we went to Holland ourselves to visit you and to set up some streaming stuff, and we were looking at your internet connection. We're like, oh yeah, man, old man Yaz, he's probably got some like 1970s dial up. Like,
hey man, I got it by Ford.
There might be a Dutch guy in clogs outside just hammering away to putting the coal in to make it work. And it turns out you had like 10 times the speed that we had on your basic package.
My favorite was Jaron. Jaron worked for chessbrah, engineer. He comes over, stays a couple of weeks. So he's got this tool, man, this device, software tool that measures your speed. Like you're supposed to go, and you get this kind of speedometer, and the thing goes supposed to go like this, and then it's supposed to go back and forth, and then say, yeah, your speed is this. the speedometer thing goes woof. I mean, it's stuck at like maximum warp drive. He said, "Yes, sir. You got speeds faster than a small enterprise in America." It's like, yeah,
Thank you very
I
much.
want that. I want that. I want that. Yeah. So we're actually. I think I'm probably wrong, so forgive me on this one, but I think we're right there with Japan and South Korea. Holland is in terms of
It's very impressive. We
high
experienced that when
speed.
we took our last trip to those places. I mean, you've got
Yeah,
5G in Korea. It's like damn.
right.
Meanwhile, you got Yasser hiding away in his Dutch hut with the same speeds.
Hey man, you know, not trying to bother anybody. You know how it is, but
And
the
the
old
price
guy.
is like a third of what we're paying. Not even, it's like a fifth of what we're paying. It's
Oh
insane.
man, it is insane. Uh, it's really a lot cheaper than what you might just. We get what we call the triple. We get the bundle. I put it like that. We've got a landline, a telephone landline. We got high-speed internet connectivity,
Yep.
and we got something for the TV. So our smart TV gets connected, and it's about 40 euros, about
It's
maybe
insane.
46, $47 for that.
It's
Now,
insane.
that's insanely good, right? Americans spend, I don't care, 200 bucks, 250
Two
bucks
hundred bucks
a
like a
month.
month on just
Um,
internet that is 10 times worse or slower, let's say,
exactly.
and worse.
Right. But the Dutch, make up for it by, Americans, okay, maybe not right now, but Americans spend, I don't know, $3, $4 a gallon of gas. And for Holland, that's probably closer to $9 to $10 a gallon of gas. Of course, in Holland, they buy it by the liter, but the equivalency when it all works out is like
Right.
the Dutch pay, like twice and even three times as much for
Yeah,
gasoline
man.
or
But you
benzene
guys
or
are survive.
diesel.
You got your bikes. Yeah.
That's what it's all about. The number one mode of transportation in Holland is cycling. And it's so convenient. It's unbelievable because the country itself is so incredibly flat. On top of that, Holland actually has the best public transportation system of any country I've ever visited. Full stop. End of story. Like not even to discuss. You come to visit me in Amsterdam. You get off the airport. You get off the plane. From the airport, you go right beneath the airport. You go on a train that brings you exactly to the Hilversum Central Station.
Yep.
You're in my house just like
Well,
that. I
the
mean,
train pretty much stops in Yaz's bedroom. Like,
it's so easy. It's like, and
it's
it's so
crazy.
it's and when we were living in Amsterdam, we just took the train to the Amsterdam Central. We got on a tram, dropped us right in front of our home. So yeah, it's crazy how convenient life can be here in Holland.
It's
But it's
true,
good
Yasser.
anyway. I I maybe the gods were punishing me because truly I was in the middle of a rant
Yeah, we thought so as
against the
well.
journalists.
Please continue, Yasser.
And I got thrown off of my stride. I just wanted to say those were it was egregious. I was saying, Maurice, make it stop. Please. What are you going to do for your next event? Oh, the one I also liked was this is a question from Magnus. Ali Riza Farusha recently has been tearing up the chess world. Uh, how do you anticipate him as your challenger? Never mind, Nepo just lost a match. He feels terrible.
Yeah,
Like
that was really
Max,
bad.
like insult the guy to his face, sitting right there on the podium. God, that was so bad. I mean, it really felt like, okay, we need to do something about this in the future. We just one of the things, and I really didn't like it, but now I'm really warming up to it. Bobby Fischer, when he returned to chess in 1992, there was a moderator of the press conferences. He said, please put your questions in written form. So, like, if he gets a question like, Bobby, how do you feel today? He's just going to go.
Put that in the old suggestion box.
Right, exactly. Bobby, you faced a severe challenge at move 33. He could have taken your knight or he could have taken your bishop, and you thought for some time, how did you come to that decision? And he would read out the question so that everybody knew where he was. And he would say, that's a very good question, because between taking the knight or taking the bishop, my preference was to taking the bishop. But in this particular case, it was an exception. And do. So in other words, he ferreted out idiotic questions. And
it's more of an old school thing, right? Like, you couldn't do anything like that nowadays. It wouldn't even be close, because people are entitled to their journalistic rights. Imagine you're chess.com, you're putting on the show, let's say you have the rights, and none of your questions get read or answered by the person giving the press conference. That just can't happen.
Right.
Like, there needs to, even if the question's bad, maybe you're asking like, hey, are you still planning to try in this match? And he says yes. Hey, that quote goes in your article. Your article then gets the title, Yen Nepomniachtchi still optimistic after loss, right? And you have the quote there. My point is, like, people have their, like, the big fish have their rights, and like that'll never happen. It's not even close, not even possible.
Right. But like I said, after watching these press conferences, I'm really warming up to Bobby's approach, loving it more, boy, that was brutal. I hope the chat will support me on that, in the sense that they'll say, yeah, I mean, what did Magnus say? You got to better your game.
Do better.
Got to do better.
But I think I'm not sure if he was making a general comment about the reporters, or if he was just mad that people keep asking about this one question about whether he's touch moving. It's like, obviously you just can't hear the players, but they're probably saying adjust.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. You should have. So first of all, I mean, it's like, okay, maybe the problem was that the journalists really didn't have much to talk about because the match is so one-sided. Now, that being the case, that's fine, but let's understand what the touch move rule is all about, shall we? Because this is really something that I think deserves the understanding of the spectators. So you and I, Aman, are going to play a game of chess, a real legitimate tournament game of chess, and you start my clock and we're playing, and you get into time trouble. And I've decided that my best move is going to be bishop on c1 to g5, and that's the move that's got you worried. So I go and I grab my rook. Whoa. I grab my rook. So now your heart, jumps a beat, because now you start looking, where is Yaz going to move his rook? Yep. Where can it go? Then I grab my bishop, which happens to be right beside the rook. And then I play the move that you feared, bishop to g5. And it's like, I threw you off because I grabbed my rook, right? The other idea behind the touch move rule is that you make the move, bishop c1 to g5, in this case. You release it, you're just about to hit the clock, and you go, oh, my bad. That's a terrible move. Here, let me put my bishop back. And that rook move that I wanted to play, that's even better. Yeah. And then you go and you play the rook move. So it's like, no, that's all wrong, right? So the whole touch move rule, if you will, was put in place so that you, my opponent, don't get disturbed by me doing something, let's say, a little bit
angle shooting.
Yeah, unethical, right? So that's what that was all about. and you're not at the board. You're off in the bathroom. And I'm looking around the board and I'm seeing, like, I don't know, maybe 3-4 pieces or pawns that aren't exactly perfectly, absolutely on the squares. I go shadoob, or I don't even go shadoob. I don't even say adjust. And I put all the pawns nicely and the pieces nicely on the board. I'm not disturbing you. So the touch move rule is not being violated while you're not sitting at the board. Right? If what I'm saying, you follow that, right?
Yep.
Ian's not sitting there saying, arbiter, I've been offended. Like what? I once had a touch move that was really, really bizarre. I was playing Josef Dorfman in Moscow. I think it was 1994 in the GMA Open. And I needed to get into this, well, it's a qualifying event, let's put it very simply. And I needed to do well to get into the next cycle of the Grandmasters Association tour.
Yeah.
So these games are very important. And Dorfman, he grabs his queen, he moves it to the square c4, he screws it in like it's a really, really, really good move, and then he has his doubts. Right?
That's the worst time to have them. That's when they always happen, unfortunately.
Okay, he's been really mashing it into the square. Now he has doubts. So he's holding the queen on the c4 square. The queen, let's say, came from the c2 square. So now he's really having his doubts, and he doesn't release the queen. And let me repeat myself. He does not release the queen on the c4 square. He holds it on the c4 square. Then he withdraws it to the c2 square, its square of origin, and then releases the queen and starts thinking. Okay, so I start thinking too. And the queen c4, by the way, is just a fine move. There's nothing wrong with the move. It doesn't like hang a rook, a queen, a bishop, a knight. It's a good move. There was many other good moves as well. He has a good position. But I'm thinking about the touch move rule, and like if you move your piece to the c4 square and let it go, it's got to stay on that square, right? Yeah. Like you move the queen to that square and you let it go. Now you move the queen to the c4 square. You didn't let it go. You brought it back to the original square. Now you let it go. There's no question that Josef is going to move the queen. That's clear. But the question I had for the arbiter was, because if he had kept his queen, if he had kept his hand on his queen when it was on the c2 square, just held it, and eventually played whatever move he played, I don't think I have anything to discuss. But because he released the queen, I went to the arbiter and asked, what's going on? And the arbiter says, well, he just can move his queen anywhere he likes, and that's fine. And then the arbiter, Gert Heisen, a local Dutch arbiter, by the way, said, well, Yasser, what makes you think he may have been obligated to go queen c4? And I said, Gert, I'm not 100% sure, but I had it in my mind that according to the USCF rules, the rules of chess by the United States Chess Federation, you're not supposed to be allowed to play a move like bishop c1 to g5 and then put it quickly on the a3 square and press the clock. Like you move it in a direction, you're kind of moving it that way. And I don't even know if that's right, by the way. I mean, arbiters can definitely
and it might have changed over time as well. Not sure.
Right? It might. Yeah, you could straighten me out here on this one. But I don't think it's really a kind of a nice thing to do. Let's say my playing bishop to h6, putting the bishop on a3 in the same way.
Yeah, you're saying like you grab the bishop and you like feign dropping it on h6, and then
When all the time you were going to go to
you just like
a3
drop it on
and then you hit the.
a3.
So you're kind of like disturbing me, which is what the whole touch move rule is all about. And and again, I don't care. Joseph can put the queen wherever he likes. I was just so Gerd says to me, he says, "Well, we're not in the USCF. We're in the FIDE," which was very funny because at the time it was the GMA qualifier, right? I said, like, we're in the FIDE qualifier for the GMA. So it was a kind of a funny moment there.
It really depends where you are. It's like,
Like, what?
what country you're in, what rules you're governed by.
So there you go, Aman. Help me out here. In Canada, what do you think of Joseph? Would he have been required to leave the queen on c4? Did he
Not even
do anything
close.
untoward? What?
In Canada, you could probably get away with moving a rook in that case. Like, it's just such a low level of enforcement, and just like the amount of people that actually give a shit, it's just like so low. It's like full incompetence in Canadian chess, Yasser. So no, I can't imagine that ever being applied. Ever.
Well, I remember this was actually a pretty big deal because it was not only funny, but there was big money at stake. So it's the $1 million Open, right? $1 million Open. And there's is like one of the last games of the rounds, right? So, you could have a swing of $20,000 and more. White has a bishop on A1 and a rook on B1. And I think it involved Wesley, whether he was white or black, I'm not sure. So white has a bishop on A1 and a rook on B1. Not so much time on the clock. White quickly plays rook on B1 to D4 and presses the clock. Rook B1, D4, presses the clock. Well, the player who was black took back the move, rook B1 to D4, and made the move bishop on A1 to D4. Right? Because
crazy.
Obviously you grabbed the wrong piece. There was only one. So then it's clear that White's intention was to play bishop D4. If White had been obligated to move the rook, he could resign on the spot because that would have been a terrible move. But intention overcame touch move. The intention was to play bishop d4, and both players understood that bishop d4 was the move that was intended, only the rook was touched. And I thought that was really great sportsmanship.
I guess, but to me that's like that's as good sportsmanship as, like, I don't know, like a take back.
A take back. Ooh, well, in fact, the arbiter upheld the guy's doing, and he actually said, and you were mentioning that the rules do change. He actually said that it was the intention, and White could argue, yeah, I intended to play the move bishop d4. I just got it wrong. My bad. Yeah, mouse slip, hand slip, you know. Did you think
I don't like that at all. I think that's a very slippery slope. You're going to have people claiming intention for a lot of blunders.
Well, in this case, it was the square, right? There was only one piece that could go to the d4 square. It was and the rook getting to d4. But there you go. I mean, there you go, everybody. Hey, in the U.S., if you touch a piece in a manner as if to move it, you must move it. Clear. Good sportsmanship.
But at what point do you draw the line? Like, let's say you have bishop on a1, knight on b1, and you played knight d4. Right. Is my intention knight c3, or is my intention bishop d4?
In this case, I would say bishop d4. But I mean, I understand where you're saying there's a possibility of a slippery slope. The fact that the knight landed and ended up on the d4 square indicates to me that, that's
But it's
where you're
just as
going.
logical that I just missed the c3 square. I still moved in an L. I'm one square off. It's like it just landed on the wrong square. Brain slip. The same as, hey, I just grabbed the wrong piece. In fact, maybe to me in my head, you can make the argument it's more understandable it's the knight. Like, at least there's a debate.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. I would rather you have said that you played the move knight b1 to c3. And then as you went to write down your move, you go, oh, excuse me. I wanted to go bishop on a1
Oh,
to
yeah.
c3.
Well, I wanted to start with one that was more
That was the
debatable.
move that I wanted to play. I grabbed the wrong piece.
Well, that's crazy.
I mean, I might say, go ahead, do whatever you like. Really, I don't care. But that's where, you're kind of like, well,
Like, is it a rule in
your
chess that
slip.
the players can always overrule rules with sportsmanship?
No, this was horrifying. Stuart Rubin. Okay, this was great. So Leboyevich, very, very nervous guy at the board. He's like shaking and he's moving and it is very, very tense position he has with Spess. So Lubo is white, Specimen, Jonathan Spielman is black, and like Lubo has a rook on h1, and he's got a rook, let's say, on a8. Lubo goes rook on a8, flies over to h8. So that rook on h1 to h7 is coming next, and it's checkmate, and Jonathan's toast. Somehow is how Lubo slides the rook from a8 to h8. I'm not kidding. There must have been maple syrup on g8, man. like stick-em glue that the NFL receivers used to wear on their gloves, right? Somehow,
It just stopped.
it goes to h8, but it gets like stuck halfway between g8 and h8. Spielman doesn't miss a beat. I'm watching the whole thing. Jonathan takes Lubo's rook, which is somewhere between g8 and h8, and puts it on h8. To which Lubo also kind of like,
readjusts it on h8.
He adjusts as well. Like, that's the square. Stuart Rubin, the arbiter, overrules them and puts the rook on g8, where it's checking the black king, and black has only one legal move, which is king on g7 takes g8. Lubo loses a rook and the game on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
So Stuart Rubin is saying, and the players, both of them, Jonathan, take the rook on the g8 square and put it on h8. Go away, leave us alone. The rook goes on h8. Stuart insists that the rook was released on the g8 square. In my view, I am not kidding. That rook got stuck in between them both. So if you want to argue it landed on the g8 square, that's a good deal. If you want to argue it landed on the h8 square, it's a good deal. But there was never any question that the intention was to put it on h8. And I've always been of the opinion is that the arbiter is literally the arbiter. He's there when the players are requesting a ruling. Mm-hmm. When the players are not requesting a ruling, the arbiter should just let them play. Anyway, a big brouhaha ensues. Lots of shouting going back and forth. And Jonathan, who's getting more and more vexed, he turns to Lubo and says, "Would you like a draw?" And it's unfair to Lubo because Lubo is actually winning if he gets the rook on h8. But if the arbiter's not giving it up, the arbiter is saying, you've got to play rook g8. Mm-hmm. Lubo's staring at a loss. And so the players agree to draw. And like Stuart Rubin goes off fuming. It's like, I did my best to help
I like your
my
point
British.
though about how it's more like an arbiter. Like you're truly there to mediate. If two players have opposite
Right,
opinions, they're
right,
unhappy, then you might need to step in and make a call to continue
right.
the proceedings. But if both players sort of want the same thing, then you're more just there to mediate the situation. But then it's like, what if you get guys who are like, for example, this is crazy, could be a lot less than this, and I'd still make a point. But let's say someone plays an illegal move, and the arbiter's like, yeah, that's illegal, and the other guy's like, no, it's fine with me.
I think in this case, the arbiter
Right, but you see
has
my
to be
point. It's like,
obliged. Yeah, I see your point.
obviously that's the
I'll give you
extreme.
another story. Another story I love. So I mean, so so my buddy, man, Ben Feingold, he's hanging around. He's hanging around. It is like this. There's this scholastics tournament going on, and it's like this is a lot of kids. So the scholastic organizer comes up to Big Ben and says, Ben, hey man, we need you. He goes like, what? We need you. We be an arbiter for this round. Just help me out, would you? I'm shorthanded. Okay.
Yeah.
So everybody, before you press your clocks, if you have any questions, just raise your hand and an arbiter will come over to assist you. So these kids are bashing away. Bang, 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 bang. And suddenly the hands go up.
Yep.
So Ben looks around.
He's got to get into action already.
He goes over. So he goes over to the game. And one kid, his king is like, he's a white. His king is on G3. There's like a queen on F4. There's a pawn on G5. There's a pawn on H4. There's a rook on G4. And there's a knight on F1. And it's like.
He's in check 6 times to Sunday.
Exactly. It's checkmate 3 times over. But then Black's king on B6 is being checked by a rook, a knight, a bishop, and like 3 pawns. Like it's checkmate 6 times over on that side of the board. What can I do for you guys? We think it's a stalemate because the king can't move. Is that what you think? That it's a stalemate? The king can't move. Yeah, we think it's a stalemate. And you think it's a stalemate because so you know that in a stalemate, you both make a draw. You each get a half point. Yes, that's what we think. So as your arbiter, I'm declaring you guys are right, and the game is a draw. So the 2 kids are shaking each other's hands profusely, like, well done, great game. And Ben starts looking for the exits. Get my ass out of here.
Yeah, they're going to have me for that.
Before the parents show up and say, who made that ruling? I'm going to go with the players on this one. But I faced an opponent early in my career, an elderly man, very, very sweet man. And I am not kidding there. He had glasses. The lens on the glasses were like, an inch thick. He was having trouble seeing, to put it bluntly. And, he's adjusting all the pieces, and I'm not sure he's making much progress in terms of his adjusting. And then, okay, start your clock. So I start my opponent's clock. I'm Black. And the guy plays the strongest move I've ever seen on move 1. He goes A2, hand rumbling, stumbling, bumbling. A2, pawn on A2 to C4 is his opening move, right? Presses the clock. Man, I'm looking at that move and I'm saying to myself, that's a great move. I mean, you centralize the pawn, you open up the A file for your rook. Damn, if I could play that move.
Revolutionizing the English for sure.
Right, that would be my opening move for the ages. So I politely say to the guy, I'm sorry, that move's too good. I can't let it stand. Oh, says the guy, oh man, it's too bad. So he takes his C4 pawn, he puts it back on A2, and he goes C2, C4, and we play. I don't even think about it until after the game. Somebody was sitting next to me, said, you could have called him on it. I said, call him on it. He touched his A-pawn. There was no question he had touched his A-pawn. But this was before intent even became a thing. Yeah. Okay, there you go. You got it right. I should have played H7 to F5. I mean, hey, fair is fair. Come on, you're gonna develop your
hey man, you gotta fight fire with fire.
That's it. That's it. You
like
gotta match up.
You're talking about a draw being agreed in Ben's case. I don't know whether this is worse or better, or I don't even know if they can be scaled, but I
Right.
have seen basically somebody plays the equivalent of like rook e8 check to a king with pawns in front of it. So like back rank mate, right? And there's
Right.
let's say a bishop on a3. And white plays
Right.
rook e8 and says, mate.
Checkmate.
He says, checkmate. Your king can't move anywhere. And the other kid is like, no, hang on, and he's taking the king and he's like, f8, f7, no, g, he's like counting them out. No.
H7,
he's like,
H8.
He's like, yeah, that's checkmate. And the arbiter's right there.
Right.
I can see the beads of sweat dripping down his face. He's like, I don't know what to do, man, because we got one kid saying mate, and we got the other kid saying, yeah.
I mean, I agree.
And so the game ended as a checkmate for white. The arbiter didn't intervene. That's it. Like, so I don't know where you're supposed to intervene as an arbiter. But he's announcing mate, and the other kid's fine with it.
Yeah, I would say in this case, if I was the arbiter, I might have stepped in that case and said,
but do you give him the move?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but it isn't check. I might have said, I wouldn't have shown the move.
Right.
I might have said, it's not checkmate.
Right.
It's not.
And then if they, if they persist to
if
not
he still
find
can't find it, but
I've done my
piece. I don't want to
piece.
make the move. Yeah, I don't want to make the move for the player, but that's a tricky one. Actually,
it is tricky,
there, right?
And I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I like your way as well. It's probably how I'd handle it, and just hope the kids are smart enough to find the move, at least one of them.
Exactly.
But yeah, Scholastic Chess, I feel like it's just like a little bit of a different world. It's like a fantasy land of.
Look, we've fallen into a trap here about the rules, and I've got to share this one rule story. But before I share the rule story, I promise you, this is worth a subscription. This is worth the subscription.
Okay, Yasser, I will even match you. I will tell my worst arbiter story after yours. So that's a twofer right there.
You get a twofer. So everybody who starts subscribing, well, there we go. Now we're talking. We got this. McMaster with this free subs. Thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you, McMaster. Okay. Also, thanks to Comfy Marmot earlier as we've been yapping, came in with 10 gifted subs.
Sweet. Thank you for the support. Thank you,
McMaster.
So obviously in our discussion that we're just having, it's been pretty obvious to everyone that the rules of chess are not set in stone.
No.
Never have been.
Not at all.
They change all the time. We're even seeing it here at this World Championship, a completely new time control. I've never seen this time control in my life. Suddenly at the World Championship, we got a new time control. So, oh my gosh, all kinds of gifted subs. Call them out if you don't mind.
Yep, we got Whoop-dee-doo with the one gifted sub earlier, getting things started in the train. We got Doug here, SFO Doug with 10 subs, SP86 5 subs, AKD707 5 subs as well. We have some big bombs here. Yeah. So
wow.
Some 5s, some 10s.
Loving it.
Yeah.
Loving it.
And you said it was worth it. People, I think, trust you at this point.
Yeah, and you should. So this is a very, very big game. It's like one of the last rounds of the U.S. Open. And in those days, the U.S. Open tournament had as much, if not more, prestige than the U.S. Championships because so many people played in the U.S. Open. And Sammy Reshevsky, the giant of American chess, who was always perpetually in time trouble all the time throughout his entire career, is in one of those situations where, a minute to make 20 moves or whatever. And in those days, the rules were very, very clear. The arbiter could not interfere. The arbiter was not allowed to call flag. It was incumbent upon the players themselves to declare flag, and it was very, very clear there's no outside interference, right? Yep. So there's Reshevsky, got down on the time, tense, ready to go. They're playing some moves, but his opponent's going really, really slow, and Reshevsky's opponent's flag falls. From the front seat, like hundreds of people are watching, from the front seat, Mrs. Reshevsky jumps out of her chair, and it is the loudest voice possible. Flag! 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 Sammy looks over. You're down. I win. Everybody shocked by the behavior of Mrs. Reshevsky. Like, wow, she had a voice. And, Sammy's looking, and I win. And he prepares to leave. And his opponent like, wait a minute, time out. You can't do that. That's right, says the arbiter. You can't do that.
Yep.
The game has to continue, rules the arbiter. No, says Reshevsky. No, I win. No,
and that is Mr. Reshevsky you're talking about there.
So the appeals committee is convened. And the appeals committee is convened, and Reshevsky's stating his case. And the arbiter says, but Sammy, Mrs. Reshevsky shouted out, flag, 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 and I've got 100, 200 witnesses to support me on this. And you received outside assistance. No, says Reshevsky, I did not. According to Talmudic law, my wife and I are of one flesh. And Reshevsky was awarded the win. My wife and I are of one flesh.
That's why you got to get that marriage certificate in there quick, man. It's a huge advantage.
According to Talmudic law, this was just great. Now, what's your arbiter spiel?
Well, as you know, Yasser, I definitely don't have anyone that falls under that category. So mine's a little different. And
go for it.
Unfortunately, it's not featuring two other people. It's featuring myself. So it's
it's
a little.
You're right in there.
It's some bad memories. I wasn't on the good side of this.
Okay. What happened? Set the scene. The scene setter.
So the most important scene setter is that this is in 2017, which means I am not a grandmaster yet.
Working hard.
I have I would say probably like a 60% beard. So it's not right at the end, it's sort of like around July, August of that 2017 year. So I have the mid GM beard, and
still lumberjack.
Yeah, definitely lumberjack for sure. It was sizable.
Okay.
And I was playing in a very popular festival, I guess I can call it, in Switzerland called the Biel Chess Festival.
Yeah, fantastic.
Right.
Definitely.
Yeah, so they have, like, when I say festival, I mean they have all sorts of events. Chess Night 60, Rapid, Blitz.
Tournaments all over the
place.
All
over.
Galore.
Yeah, kids tournaments, amateurs. So they have, like, a full thing. It's quite a fun event. I tried to participate in as many things as possible. And because they had so many events, let's just say, like, there wasn't full attention being paid to, like, the open chess event. And information, let's say, in the playing hall wasn't just about one event. there's like multiple flyers and like times for rounds and like information. So it's all scattered, and there's no like one definitive place where you sort of go for your information, let's say, for the tournament you're playing in. And
Okay.
I'm playing in the Open, the main tournament, and
Right.
I've maybe won my first couple games, maybe a draw or something. I'm doing well,
Very
and I'm
nice.
paired
Very nice.
up against Grandmaster Salem Saleh from
From the
UAE.
United Arab Emirates. Yeah.
Right. Speaking of Dubai World Championship. So
Right.
I'm paired up against him and playing with the black pieces, doesn't really matter. We play a game. He's got some pretty good prep against me. I'm way down on time. I'm not lost by any stretch. I'm fighting for
Right.
sure in a Sicilian, but
Okay.
I'm way down on time. That's the point I want to make. Is that
Right.
I'm under pressure and I'm nervous because it hasn't been made entirely clear to me what the time control is. And as we approach what is usually the time control move in chess, which is move 40,
Yeah.
and I'm doing this well before move 40. So like move
Right.
33, I know I'm low on time. I make a move triumphantly, and I'm like, I get up from the board because I want to verify the time control before I get near move 40 because I'm a little bit scared. As like an important game, I'm going for my GM norm.
Right.
And it's like a pretty big game for me, and I don't have the time control fully in my head, and it's just been confusing, and I'm nervous. So I'm like, man, let me just double check this.
Yeah, I
So-
reconfirm.
Exactly.
I want to reconfirm. Right. So where's the arbiter?
So I'm scouring the playing hall primarily for like usually there's a main registration table or like info table.
Okay.
So I'm scouring first for like a sheet of paper, a flyer for the tournament, for like what the time control is, and I can't find one. Because there's so many damn side events and like other things going on. There's like preschool kids going on. There's so many things happening at this festival that I can't find one. So I'm like, man, I got to get back to my board soon because like I'm low on time. I'm scrambling trying to find the time control for the tournament. I can't find one. And then I locate an arbiter. I'm like,
Excellent.
thank God. So I'm like,
Right.
so I asked the arbiter, I'm like, hey, I'm pretty sure that I know the time control, but like I'm playing right
Just to
now
confirm.
and I want to make sure that I know the time control going forward. So basically I'm like, is it an hour and a half plus 30 seconds for 40 moves or whatever? And blah blah blah. I asked my question, like trying to confirm the time control. And essentially it's to the effect where the arbiter tells me that, let's say we're on move 28, just to make the point. He tells me that the time control is an hour and 30 plus 30 seconds for 30 moves.
Not 40, not the conventional 40 that you had expected.
Or rather, let's say the opposite way around. So he tells me 40.
Mhm.
I'm trying to think which way do I flag?
Bottom line,
He tells me
flag.
that it's 30. Yeah, he tells me that it's 30, and I'm under the impression originally that it's 40, but I hear 30.
right.
And I'm like, whoa. Okay.
Strange.
Very strange. Not a lot of chess tournaments are like that, first of all.
Right.
And I also wasn't expecting it. I was like, I've checked the regulations beforehand, so I was like pretty sure 99% I had it in my head. And he tells me something like 108, like complete opposite.
Right.
So now I'm like, okay, like chill, man. I don't need to rush as much as I thought. I've got a confirmed answer from an arbiter of the tournament that it's 30.
Sweet it is. Right.
And so move 30 passes, whatever. Move 40 doesn't pass. Like that was many moves to go, and I had like 10 minutes or something. And move 40 passes, and my opponent says, you flagged? Like, what's going on?
Right.
But he's like incredulous because I'm not panicked at all, man. I'm like,
You chill.
I'm stretching, man. I'm like, okay,
Right.
chill. I got an extra hour coming my way. And you've never seen someone flag while they're totally relaxed. Like,
Right.
so he says, like, I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure you flagged. And I'm like,
You
I'm leaning
lost.
in like a genius. I'm like, no, I just checked with the arbiter. It's 30
I'm covered
moves.
on this one. Yeah.
And he's like, oh, wow, I thought it was 40. And I'm like, in my head, I'm thinking,
Doubt starts creeping in.
in my head, I'm thinking like, yeah, actually, so did I. but I've got like serious evidence. I've got the best thing you could have. I've got an arbiter of the damn tournament who's told me it's 30 moves. Like, what's better than that, man?
Right?
And
Serious.
then he's like, okay, well, let's just we should double check, whatever. So he calls an arbiter who's not my arbiter.
Damn.
And he's like, oh, I'm pretty sure he flagged. And the arbiter, in like half a second, is like, yeah, he did.
Of course. Nothing to
yeah,
discuss.
it's 40 moves.
Next.
And I'm like, are you joking?
Wait a minute. You guys need to get together. Go talk to my guy.
Yeah, so I'm like, it's not hard to protest in my shoes. I'm like, hey, man, yeah, I've got my guy over here. Let me just go.
You better stand up for me, too.
So
I've never seen this man in my life.
Yeah, like the arbiter is like, he just did something and he just vanished or something. Like, where's my guy? Like,
woof.
Yeah, this is like one of those classic setups where the person just vanishes and they're like, what are you talking about, man? You're crazy.
Right.
So anyway, that didn't happen. He was there. And I'm like, thank God. Bring this guy over here. And I'm like, dude, you just told me it was 30 moves.
30 moves, man.
And
I got it wrong.
That's what he said. He's like, oh yeah. He's like, oh yeah, sorry, I'm like arbitering also another kids section, amateur section, and they have 30 moves for the time control, and so I got confused, and I thought maybe you were in that section. He's like, oh, and I'm like, okay, great, but fuck me, right? Like,
right.
So he gives me the wrong time control for my own tournament.
And thus, Your Honor, you can understand why it was justified homicide. I had to take him out.
And on top of everything, obviously, it's getting to be heated discussion. I'm on like massive tilt. This couldn't be worse. And my opponent is even saying, based on the situation that he understands now, he's like, let's play on. I don't mind. Like, clearly, he let his time run out and he's chilling. He's not like flagging. Yeah, he's not. He didn't understand the time control because he was given misinformation. And the arbiter says no.
Ooh,
the arbiter that wants to, the arbiter that pulled like seniority or whatever is like no.
The final determinant factor here. Ooh.
And would you believe it? The game was declared lost, so I lose the game, and I can't protest it because the arbiter of the damn tournament gives me the wrong time control, and it ruins my tournament. I don't get a GM norm. It's a disaster. The whole thing is terrible, and it was terrible. Like one of the times in chess. Maybe the only time, but like definitely obviously the top moment where I just felt so horribly like wronged. Like nothing that I did felt like that was oh my god, it's the worst experience.
That is a really, really, really is a bad beat. I feel you completely. I've never had anything comparable in my life, but I've witnessed this on multiple occasions. I've witnessed playing in a rapid tournament, just for argument's sake. I'm just going to make this up. A 25-minute time control for both sides, and each player gets 10 seconds bonus. And the arbiter is setting up the clocks for this very large rapid tournament, and he sets them up for 25 versus 25. There's no 10-second increment bonus. which every player is supposed to get. Both players, yeah. So the players keep playing. They're playing, and then the guy who's in time trouble, he starts relying upon his bonus, right? Holy smokes! It's been counting down. There's no bonus, and he's in a clearly lost position. So he complains to the arbiter. He says, "Dude, I think the clock is defective."
Yep.
Oh, it's not defective. It was wrongly set.
Right.
Okay. I've seen that specific situation when I've described being called in multiple fashions. I am now going to set the clock properly so that everybody gets 10 seconds from here on out. But the damage has already been done, right? Because you have to replay the entirety of the game. Because
are you saying that's what someone said, or is that what you say?
Yes, I'm saying that I have witnessed arbiters in that exact situation saying you got to replay the whole game. Why do we have to replay the whole game? I'm winning. You're taking away my victory. Yes, it's the justified decision. Replay the entirety of the game. To arbiters saying you're right. What has happened previously should not have happened, but from here on out, I'm going to properly set the clock so you get your 10-second bonus. But I needed it 10 minutes ago, not now.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm lost, right? So yes, I mean, I've seen, unfortunately, arbiters for these big tournaments, the World Championships, 3+2 being set at 3-0, 5+1, weird things. Oftentimes these, what do you call it? These Armageddon games.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You get 6 minutes because you're white. I get 5 minutes because I'm black. But after the move 60, then we both get a 1 second increment because otherwise it's just bang, 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 bang. And the clocks are not properly set. And that's a really goofy time control, right? That requires a lot of buttons getting pressed and reset. It's not just like, 5 versus 5. So unfortunately, I've witnessed, and I remember this one in Moscow, it was between Jan Elvis and Timur Rajabov. Timur Rajabov got incredibly screwed on a decision by an arbiter about a time control, and he ended up losing the match. It was like a bad beat. You just described a terrible one. And I can only say that I witnessed this. I was in Norway in a place called I'll think of the name of the place in a moment, but it was the Norway, I believe it was 2015. It was the first round. First round, Stavanger. Thank you. Yeah, Stavanger. And the arbiter, an international arbiter lady from Bosnia, she clearly states, it's before the round, blah, 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 welcome. And also, please note on your score sheets, the time control for this event is this. It's like no increments or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, gentlemen, please start your clocks. Boom. Clock started. Now, I was there to be a commentator, but I was also there for St. Louis. We were doing the kind of behind the scenes, going with Marcus and Brian behind the scenes and talking with the players. And we had wanted to be in the playing hall when Magnus walked in. And we were just about to turn everything off. Then, 5 minutes late, Magnus comes shooting into the playing hall, shakes Veselin Topolov's hand, and away they go. Long story short, Magnus is completely winning. Move 40, multiple ways of winning, but the most obvious is just on his 40th move to give a check. He doesn't do it, he flags. He's furious. He's furious. He flags. Nobody told me we were playing with this time control without increments. Where's my increment? Or whatever it is that he was his beat. But we were there when the arbiter, before the round, made it very, very clear that this was an unusual time control, not the standard, and we are going to play with this time control, so mark it on your score sheets. We had the whole thing on tape. And then the arbiter stands up and takes the blame and says, well, we should have informed the players better, but it's everywhere, right? It's posted. It's clear.
Yeah.
Magnus came 5 minutes late. I mean, it had to be a confluence of stupid things that had to happen for Magnus to blunder and lose the game on time, which is what happened. And I kid you not, that was round 1, and Vesel and Topalov went on a tear.
Yeah, I remember that tournament.
And he won the tournament in grand style because, well, essentially Magnus gave him a free point. and that could help a lot, if you stop and think about it.
I'll take it. I won't say no.
You're playing the world champion, and you're black, and you get the point.
Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. But it is remarkable how often we do have issues with the rules. And a lot of the times it's because, there's so many differences in the time controls. Like the time, I'm telling you, you say to me that Magnus Carlsen is the classical world champion. And I ask you, well, what's the time control for classical chess? And you could give me 4 legitimate answers. And they're all right. And he won. And by the way, we haven't even mentioned that, but a big congratulations to Magnus on his 5th World Championship classical title. But he won the classical title with a classical time control I've never played in my life.
Yeah, I know what you
Let's
mean.
leave it there, right? Oh. Pretty fun. Big shout out to our audience. How are y'all doing? Sorry to get sidetracked on these rules and regulations.
There's endless stories, so
they're funny though too. I mean,
they're always funny, and you can always take both sides. That's the thing. Like you can always see somehow, even if I'm presenting one that's like totally unfair. It's like you can see how Yasser has left the call again. Yeah. Go Yasser. I don't actually think it is Yasser, by the way. I think it's something else. But yes, great stories to have an argument over. No, I don't think this one was on Yaz. Has the super fast Dutch internet now? No, I think this is some sort of like thing with the program we're using, which is different than ones we've used in the past. But it's I guess particularly ironic that it's happening as soon as the match ends. So, this could have happened during, game 6 or something. Nope. Thank you, shirts. 5 gifted subs, shirts are rare. M Psych, thanks for 23 months. Mitch, 4 months, a year from. Pineapple Vendor. GM No Chance Error, 5 months. Appreciate it, guys. There's a lot of people. I know Vic the Man got in here with a big resub. GCK, 5 months. I think Vic was 63 months. Yeah, Vic the Man. GM Nishek, 26. Scotch Opener. Dylan is free. J555. Podge Keeley. Land Beyond. Zilly. Daiwin. Pass Pawn. Hello, Eddie. But yeah, the World Championship is over. How do you guys feel about that? I think it's a pretty one-sided match. pretty definitive by Magnus, but it's over a lot sooner than expected, so you got some extra free time. I'm not exactly unhappy with it. I think I didn't need to see any more of that match. I don't think Jan was very competitive at all, and like I said, yeah, I don't need to watch any more of that, so I'm not necessarily upset. The only sad part is that we lost out on some Yasser time. That's the only thing.
Come on.
Yep.
You log in on Skype, we're just going to switch to that.
Okay.
For Yasser, yeah.
Here, let's see. Yep, the World Championship is over. Indeed it is. Yasser signed a 14 stream contract. Yeah, that would be great. All right, Dan, I'm in.
You're in? Yeah.
Hey, big buddy.
Hey, buddy
Yasser.
Share screens.
That was the program. That wasn't my.
Hey man, I was defending
connection.
you, dude.
Not Yasser's fault. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
that's right,
sticking up
man.
for you, man.
Thank you. By the way, while we were going, or I was disappearing, you had said, "Well, you see," and again, I remember the arbiter in Monaco, Vlastimil Hort, telling Ivanchuk he couldn't make a move that Ivanchuk wanted to. It was the blindfold part of the
Yeah.
Can't do it. Sorry. And Ivanchuk pulling out his hair like, but I want to play this.
That's such a great story.
I know. So the arbiter. That was
Yeah, that is another arbiter qualm. But yeah,
Right.
well, you just disconnected. I was just reminiscing that World Championships over, and I didn't need to see any
Yeah.
more of that match personally. Yeah, I think the point was made. Even though we don't get to see our full 14 games, I think the only thing people are upset about is it's just less Yasser post game shows.
Less Yasser Aman post-game show. But I wanted to say that, the biggest disappointed person is Ian himself, because he's such a gifted player. He's so creative. He's so skilled that, he comes to the big stage and, let's face it, he makes a face plant. Bang. It can happen to anybody. And, he just, the crowning achievement of his life's career at the pinnacle, not to perform your best is bad, but not to even perform close to your best, that's the really hurtful,
to say the least.
Yeah. And again, I'm I don't want to make myself sound like I know everything about what was going on. I most certainly do not. But it really felt to me like Ian himself was missing. What I mean is he trained really hard, and it was like he played too routinely. This was not the creative, spicy Ian that we're used to seeing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He just, like, so many times in so many positions, like you're not being critical of his failure to play G5 in the penultimate game, whereas I am, right?
Yeah.
But it seemed to me like so many times he played routine moves, and the position required a different approach, a creative approach that is exactly like the kind of stuff that Ian himself plays. So he must have been fighting with himself during this match. He wanted to play strategically sound chess and, if you will forgive the term, correct chess. And he just took it to a place that inhibited him from playing his best games. Like, I think, like, it
Okay, I was gonna say.
flow freely.
Oh.
And here he double guessed everything.
I was gonna say Yasser froze or I froze or I'm not sure what happened.
Oh yeah, Yasser's fine. I see him. What?
Well, it just froze for like 15 seconds.
Really?
I don't know.
Let's not do that.
Did nobody see
I don't
that?
know. No, I didn't see it.
Okay, then
I
it's
see.
something here. I don't know. But we're using
see some
Skype, man. This is like
Some
1950s.
subs from Socratic chess. Sorry.
Yeah, Socratic and Razor Genesis. Razor Genesis 187, Socratic, both with 5 subs apiece, Yasser.
Sweet. Thank you so much for your support, everyone. And again, I'm sorry also that like, what am I going to do this weekend? I kind of
Yeah, you got
told everybody
an open December, man.
Exactly. I kind of told everybody to leave me alone this weekend. Don't call, don't write, don't phone.
Isn't it great
I'm
though?
busy.
You still got that in place, man. Some free
Yeah.
time.
Now, like, everybody's going to be like, "Oh, I'm doing my own thing. You were doing your own thing." I'm going to be like, "Oh man."
Yeah.
So what are we going to do? We're going to play somebody.
Yep, definitely.
We're going to take some challenges, Aman.
We can definitely do that, Yasser.
Right.
We have some people here. I was going to say that today, obviously, the game and the match are now over. So this is really the last last Yaz stream that we're gonna get as far as the World Championship is concerned. So I thought we could play a few games.
Sure.
And see how it goes. There's also our, I'm not sure how fond you are of it, Yasser, but our puzzle run was a great success.
Ooh, we was robbed.
Well, we were, man. This is like another arbiter thing.
We were way up there, and our last 2 puzzles, we had basically figured them out, right?
Yeah.
It was and then it was like King E2 versus King F2. It's like we struck out back to back when we had done some serious heavy lifting. We were up at the what were those puzzles challenges? 3,200.
Oh, the level
we were
of
up
them.
there.
Yeah, we were up in the 70s, but the level of the puzzle was easily 3,800.
Damn. So we was robbed. We could do that. I'm all up all up for that.
Yep.
And yesterday I had done a chessbrah gymnasium class.
That's right.
Class.
That's right.
And that was a lot of fun. That was nice. I had talked about what happened to me. And again, it's kind of like reflecting the rules of chess. I don't know if this happened to your career or early in your career. Like, once I learned the rules of chess, and trust me, it took me quite some time to play a legal game. I was trying to get those illegal moves in there.
Hey, online helps with that, right? You can't make an illegal move. It won't let you.
It's so unfair. So unfair. Oh, that reminds me of another story. Now, we'll tell that story, too, in just a moment. And it's worth a subscription. But, okay, so hold on. Where was I going with this?
You were talking about the rules of chess.
Yeah, and then it was sort of like castling was the only move that allowed you to move 2 pieces at the same time. Yeah. And therefore, castling was to be treasured. This was like a gift from the gods that you could castle and move. So I fell under the tyranny that I absolutely had to castle in every game, right? It was later I discovered that, well, sometimes if your opponent plays queen takes d8 check and you play king takes d8 and you lose the right of castling, it's not so bad. But there was a period in my life, my chess career, where I felt like I had to castle.
Yep.
else bad things happen.
Hey, it's not the worst thing to think you have to do.
Right.
It's good.
Okay. What was not featured in today's World Championship match, however,
Was this line right here? Yeah, it's because Magnus avoided it, man. He knew bishop c5 falls right
Bishop
into it.
f7
Yeah.
walks into the what is this called? This
The Jerome.
the Jerome. Thank you.
Indeed.
I knew it. I just forgot it
What is this doing?
for good reasons. Okay, so here's another World Championship story, and I am not kidding. This happened in France. And it was the World Championship of Rapid Chess. Okay. And it was the finals, and it was Evgeny Baryev, now Canadian, versus Garry Kasparov. And I forget who is guilty. But Black had played some move like rook a3, rook on to a3, and White had a king on g3 and a pawn on f3.
Uh-huh.
More or less instantly came the move f4, which very, very quickly led to a White victory. The players shook hands. The game was over. The match was over. There was a guy from the WADA, World Anti-Doping Agency, wanting Garry to undergo a doping test, to which Garry invited him to have carnal knowledge with his mother. That guy ran away. And everybody in the audience was stuck. They didn't know what had happened because the digital chessboard had frozen.
Right.
The digital board did not allow White to make the move f3, f4, did not allow White to make this illegal move. And so the players had blitzed themselves to this time situation, and well, that was it. I mean, it was like nobody knew who had won because the whole board was froze. The players had made an illegal move. Now, Evgeny lost the match, and he obviously lost that game, but he was victimized by an illegal move. Is the arbiter supposed to step in and say, you know, you played the position from the time the illegal move happened, or what is the arbiter supposed to do?
Right.
Now, in the rules at the time, the rules allowed that the game was supposed to continue.
Okay.
Like if neither player recognizes that an illegal move had taken place,
Yep.
continue the game. And that was for a world championship.
And that was actually the question that I asked you. I was like, hey, what happens if I make an illegal move and you say, yeah, that's okay? That's funny. That's exactly what I was wondering.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in the case of Baryev, he said okay, and it cost him the world title, dude. Bad luck on that one.
That's brutal. And it's kind of like
Brutal.
the classic sportsmanship. As soon as you do something like that, and then you're like, wait a minute. I think I want that one back. I'm not sure I'm okay with that anymore.
Yeah. Ouch, ouch. Yeah. But yeah, in those days, the FIDE was very keen on getting chess into the Olympics.
Yeah.
And to get chess into the Olympics, they had to agree to anti-doping tests like every other sport. And, you know, our sport really doesn't have a good drug for chess.
Right.
I mean, of all the sports in the world, you know, Why us? Why aren't we lucky? What are you doing here? You're making this weird on yourself.
Am I? This looks
I don't
very
know.
methodical.
Very methodical. Okay, I'll remember that. Knight to E1.
Yeah, man.
Amen. Yeah. Okay, now I feel the methodical can be achieved. Time. My goodness, that was
GG.
that was on the edge there, buddy.
Not convincing.
Not convincing. Nice.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some nice drugs, but none that really seem to have too much of an effect positively on chess. Got a lot of ones that would negatively affect it, but
Right. Yeah, your Sicilian's not looking so good.
that's why WADA's there. You want to keep the quality of the games high, so we can't.
That's what
If the
I'm talking.
game's quality has to be high, the players cannot be.
Right. Exactly.
Are you storied out, Yasser? Did you want to do puzzles? How you
Oh,
feeling,
I'm
buddy?
ready for puzzles. No, I mean we were just on this rules and
Oh yeah.
crazy things, and
Yeah.
you kind of go out. But if you want to go into the area of drugs, well, that's something else.
Yeah, so we got a. What did we score? 77, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that was where we made a graceful exit, or a less than graceful exit.
I would say less than. It certainly
Okay,
didn't
are
feel
you
like
ready? Are you ready, crowd? I don't think. Let me just say, that was an all-time best. So don't expect
anything. Yeah, exactly.
the all-time best.
We can't be setting bests every single time.
Exactly. And I gotta tell you, I think Nepo might have had a bad effect on me there, Aman. I mean, my playing strength may have gone down a notch or two.
I hope not. I'm gonna need you, buddy.
Hey,
You see,
look
even
at
this
that.
first one, man, they're really making me think here.
Sweet Caroline. Right? See, this is how Aman gets us to like 50.
I'm not much
And
use
he's
after
doing
that.
And he's doing a great job. Yeah, baby. Oh my gosh, I forgot to tell you my all-time worst arbitering story.
Which is
That's a shame.
it's not
White to move.
necessarily.
Well, we're just eating the material, right? Mate, check.
Yeah, it's not
Get the
that
whole book.
convincing, you know. Like I've seen better.
That looks pretty. Oh yeah. I mean, that
I know,
pattern
man.
has won us, like 10 points at least.
I know. Sign me up, dude. That one is free.
Okay.
They're being tricky once again, eh? I think it's this.
Right. And then we got rook b7 mate, right?
But they're being tricky.
Yeah, we just have to make sure that there wasn't this a quicker mate on that.
Exactly.
Like, yeesh. This
Again,
looks like
this is
rook
like
c3.
Oh, E2's covered.
F3, E2's covered. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I'm telling you, they got a harder batch for us today, Yasser.
Right.
I don't know if I love this.
Okay, that was nice. That was a nice mate. That's a nice mate. Okay, that's getting him from behind.
Oh, I'm white. Wondering,
Nice.
ring around the rosy.
Exactly.
Up material.
Yay. Nice. I wasn't looking in that direction
Yeah,
at
I know.
all.
It took me a while.
Wow. Okay, so this is a mate on the back rank. Okay. That looks like it should be a mate. But let's be sure, right?
Yeah, just to make sure all the guys have to. Yeah.
Right? Yep. Nicely done. Nicely done. Okay, that's
Okay, we got this guy. So.
hold on. Our king's in check. So we gotta move. Well, that
It's a good thing
was
about
a
illegal
strange.
moves in a way. Okay, here and here.
Right. And then we've got rook f4. Oh, he didn't even try to hang on to his bishop. Okay, this is queen f5. That's for
Gotta
sure.
be careful not to rush.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He's trying to trick us. Okay, there's a mate with bishop h6. Yeah,
Believe so.
that's right. That's right. Looks right. e4, bishop f7, and queen g5. Right? I mean, they kept playing, and it was like, oh,
Yeah,
what?
I know I've got the right move, but
Whoa.
check. This is a weird one. I'm not sure I like this.
King has to go to f1, and then we get to go to g2 and win a piece. Kind of weird.
Definitely kind of weird. Okay.
Not the conventional. Yeah, that looks right.
Yeah, not playing queen h1, and then the king would escape.
Exactly. It would, yeah.
Yay.
Nice. Okay, so this looks like bishop e6 and knight f4, bishop g5.
They really want to get you.
I know. They're offering us a whole rook, but we were not swayed.
Hey, some shouldering here. So here. That's how
Yeah.
white makes their draw. So here.
Right.
And then so here.
And then we run for it.
Yeah.
We run for that rascal. And by the way, once again, Aman getting us to 40, virtually without, just snapping him out.
Speaking of snapping them out.
So wait a minute. What could we be doing? We could be going rook g4, queen e3, knight d5, as you said, queen c1, knight f4, and we're breaking through on g2.
I mean,
Again,
I guess
it's
that's
not
it.
that convincing,
Yeah,
is it? Right? But I think it's right.
I think it's right. There's no other weaknesses, and we're faced with a check, so I think rook g4 has to be played. Because
Agreed.
if this, there's even knight e6 to reckon with.
Double check. Jesus, no, I'm not going for that. Now, again, I mean, the desirable queen d5, just coming into civilization, is met by knight f3. So knight d5 looks boxed. Yeah. Queen c1, no choice. You got to.
And if queen c5?
That could be how we get it. Same story. We trade queens and knight there, and we've got the g2 mate set up, right? Pattern.
I mean, I think it's got to be. There's just no other moves.
Right? Oh. Similar
same story, right?
Right. Whether it would have been queen c5. God, it didn't even play it on.
Yeah, I know
Nice.
they
I
never
like
do.
that. I like that pattern. Oh, that was pretty too. You
Ring
made
around
them
the
on both
rosy.
squares. Okay, just a second. That knight looks a little forlorn. Right.
E5. Guess you just take it. Although he
Yeah,
has queen there.
I'm feeling it as well. Knight takes, pawn takes, queen c7. Now, e5, we could even play knight takes e5, and I'm sure that's not what the computer wants us to do. But yeah, I'm thinking knight takes and queen c7 as well.
I think that's it. But if you ask me, queen c7, e5, followed by queen e1 does save the piece. You know, like if we take with the bishop.
Yeah.
It's just weird, that's all. But I think that's it.
Yeah, not a convincing puzzle, that is for sure.
Yeah.
Well, that made it easy. This is a queen takes e5 and a knight f3 fork. I can see that. A young man, when I was your age, I was falling for these. Okay, whoa. C5 is on pre.
That looks like simple. Mate
Right.
two.
And then mate on the A5. Whoa, what? Yep. This is one of those H5 checks, right? And you kind of draw the guy down.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
You reel him in. That's
I gotta show you something.
Come into my lair. Yes, nicely done. I like that. Well done. Ooh,
Not gonna be
what
too
is
difficult.
happening? What is happening here?
So let me make the easy first move. Queen takes queen.
Right? It's like forced. Okay, stop for a second here. Something weird is going on.
You don't just take and...
So if we take A2 and rook B8, that looks good.
Because if A2, they're going to move their rook, and we don't have an inroad.
Right.
I think that's the trick.
Okay.
They almost look identical, but I think this one's better.
Yeah, you take on B1, then play A2, and then play rook B8. That's it. And then, yeah, nice. Okay, like I said, Aman, you just snap him out to move, 50, and tell me when I'll tag in. Rook G3. Ooh, nicely done. Nicely done.
I'm not going to get very many brownie points for playing King H7 here. So
No.
if takes,
You take
they want this trick.
Queen G5. You meet Queen G3 with Queen G5.
Exactly.
Not Knight G6.
Yep.
That's what that's what they want you to see. Yeah. Now you're good. Holy smokes. Is this a pawn breakthrough? We were talking about pawn breakthroughs the other day. It looks like a pawn breakthrough to me. A5 takes.
I think it's A5 takes on A5. Does that make sense? Or no, he goes King G4. I'm just like, once we get queens, we're not that happy, right?
Don't we mate him with the queen, or we must? So no, I'm thinking A5 takes. We take on A5, A4, C6. We both make queens.
Yeah, and it's our turn.
And it's our turn. Holy sick. So you're saying Queen G8, King F2.
Where's the win?
We got nothing better than, I don't know, something like King F4? No, that's weird. Oh, no, we go A5 takes B5. We make a queen on B8.
Yeah, that's important.
And then we go queen takes F4, and we got him by the gonads.
Here. And if he would throw in E1 queen at any point, and then make
we
the
got
queens...
knight C2. No. So we go A5.
Oh, no, I'm saying, like, you get the pawn A2, and then right before you queen, you go check with the pawn, and then queen.
I see.
So just to,
and then we still
remove
go
the
queen
knight,
F4.
but you take on F4, and it's winning, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's important that after a5 we don't take the pawn, we go b5. I feel like the 50 is the threshold. That's when they start, throwing, the misdirections at us. What? King F2?
So if king takes here, then they make their queen and we make our queen, but it's worse for us now. So that's the trick. You have to just push.
Right,
Yeah.
b6. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought they were going to make us play that out or something. Okay, so this one, queen e7 check, king d4, right?
Sure, yeah. The
Queen
threat is
e2,
this.
right? So queen e7 check, king d4, queen e2, the queen probably moves somewhere. And then we go d7. And we get to promote with check.
And if queen here, king there?
Making it hard on us, eh? Okay, then we go queen e7 check, king f5, queen f7 check.
King.
And
I don't like how many options there are for the king.
right? I was trying to reduce black's options with the move queen e7 check. I think the move king d4 loses. Let's leave it there.
Yeah, I agree.
So I like your queen check, king f5 move. And then I like the queen f7 check. Now where do you go with the king? Because
let's say back.
Every square go okay. Then if you go back, then I go queen d5 check.
Yeah.
So now I'm behind the pawn. King f4.
I mean, if you play d7, right. I have check.
Yeah, d7's not convincing, is it? So check and king f4. Whoa.
No, we must go somewhere else. Like, if I go, hang on a sec.
Okay, how about this, Aman? If we go queen f5 check, queen e7 check.
Yeah.
And you move your king, now on the light squares, oh, I'm sorry, king f2, prepping bishop d3, still walks into queen f1.
Yeah, or I wouldn't even be necessarily confident in queen e1 check, for example. Like, it just, I don't know. It might be winning, but it seems like not the problem.
How about this? Queen e7 check, king there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was about to make a bad move. I was about to suggest d7, but queen takes f1. There's at least a perpet. So that's not right.
So
okay.
What if we go queen h2 check, and
king e6,
yeah, my question is after this, like how confident we feel in this move, queen e2. Because if we're saying that's winning, then there's a lot,
confident
right?
There.
But let's say they go king f5. Then what I want to do is go queen h3 check.
Oh, no. Well, in that case, now we get what we want. Okay, I got it. Queen e7 check, king f5, queen e2. Same position. And now there's no checks on g4. And because the king is on f5, maybe we can use our bishop to checkmate.
But my point is with this is that we are saying that this is winning, right? Takes
Correct.
King e6. White should.
Yes. We're saying that's a win.
White should win that.
Okay. Right.
And then if the queen goes like to c1, let's say. Actually, let's say e1.
Then we got to think.
Boy.
But I'm pretty sure. About
we go queen d3 check and then d7.
Yeah. Okay, I'm liking it.
No, hang on a sec. Queen d3 check, king moves somewhere like f4. d7, d1, d8, queen takes f1, and it's a check.
It's a check on f1, f4.
But what if he goes
baby.
What if he goes to g4 instead?
Okay,
after that check.
Queen e7 check, king f5, queen e2. He can't go. Okay, he goes queen e1, like you said, right? We go queen d3 check. He goes king h3, king g4.
Yeah.
Now, do we have some funky mate with the bishop? No. Okay, I'm feeling it, guys. Help! I may have to call a friend in here.
I
We may have
see.
to.
I see. We have many friends.
We have many
And I
friends.
think that this would be the case where if you called a friend at 51, you know that the friend is going to have the answer, type of thing. It's not like phone a friend at 77 where they might not know.
Okay.
The friends that I see in chat, they look reliable, Yasser.
Nice. Well, good. Okay. Put another way. You thought queen h2.
Oh, I thought you were phoning a friend, brah.
Well, I mean, you tell me. I mean, I'm ready to pick me. I'm ready to call in for help. But I think queen e7. I don't see another possibility. You mentioned queen h2, but that doesn't feel very reliable as queen e7.
You and I both just don't have it at all.
Yeah, you think we're just missing?
It's d7 and queen e1 check. That's what the friends are saying.
Nice. We don't have to and since we've got d8 already covered, bingo.
Any other thing it's irrelevant because
Right. So d7, queen e1, d8 equals queen, and we're going to be a piece up. So that's it. Right. So we didn't have to do any machinations.
Correct.
I like it. Thank you.
Yeah. I think it's good. I have to admit though, like, you know, a line like d7, queen e1, maybe there's some good way to do it, but d8, I don't know, takes here and making queen. I don't know. It doesn't like really convince me. That's all.
Okay, well, we could play d7.
I think it's the
queen
answer,
e1.
though, obviously.
Yeah, d7, queen e1, queen g5 check. And our next turn, we're going to have like 4 queens on the board. And that should be...
This is a nice move. There's no checks.
Right?
Solid.
Solid. I like it. d7. Do it. Do it.
But yeah, obviously this is what the what they want you to see.
That the engine wanted. Yeah. Nice.
Very nice.
Okay, that was testy.
I didn't see it at all, to be honest. Like, it wasn't even on my radar.
Okay, this one looks like an automatic rook d1. So knight f4, king h1, queen g5, rook g1, rook d1. That's like the first thing I see.
King f2.
How about you? I got a fork on d3.
Well, that's mate as well.
Oh, that's a mate. That's even sweeter. Yeah.
But got it. Knight d3, nice to have in the back pocket. And
right.
After this, there's no stopping this. This also gets mated. Knight e3.
G1, rook d1 is my main line.
Knight e3.
When? Where? Oh,
to cover mate.
So knight f4, king h1, queen g5, knight e3.
Yeah.
Got it. And now, what do we do? Rook d2? Is that convincing?
Everything seems fairly convincing to me, just in the sense that we have a very safe king. So like, almost everything looks like it works. But let's say rook down there, queen f1.
I got it. No, so it's knight f4.
Yeah.
King h1, queen g5, knight e3, knight h3, threatening mate in 1, but also threatening the knight on e3.
And then queen
but
e2?
then he's got queen e2.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
That's weird. So knight f4, king h1, queen g5, knight e3.
I mean, after knight e3, something like knight d3 looks like a better version of your knight h3. I threaten mate in 1, I threaten the rook, and I threaten the knight.
Nice. And you're stopping queen e2 that way. Right. There you go. I like that. Sign me up for that. I'm all in favor of that. Yeah.
And
8.
Yeah, there's no tricks with like some fancy mate, so you just eat.
Oh yeah. That's the Dutch. 8, eat it. um, okay, this looks tricky.
I
So
spy bishop c2 here. That's my.
I'm spying queen e3, but after rook f2, there's a queen f1 defense that is thrown. Yeah.
The reason that I said bishop c2 is that looked very tricky, and bishop c2 here, I know that queen f3 is just like
That should
it should be a
yeah,
massacre.
that's killer. That
king
that
here,
should be a killer.
bishop e4,
Bishop
king
e4.
h3, g4, and queen here,
Yeah.
and queen there is mate.
Exactly.
So that's mate, and if you go queen c4, then I just go queen e6. No, you can take.
No, then he takes our rook. We have to move our king.
But if the king moves, then.
If he takes our rook, we just go
But-
back to the same position that
But
you
knight
just
f7?
showed.
Knight f7 though. If king up, that's check.
Oh, excuse me. So our problem is bishop c2, queen c4 check, king h8, knight f7.
King f8.
King f8, is it convincing after bishop e3?
Well, we
No,
just win
queen
with
e3.
queen e3. Yeah.
Yeah, queen e3 must win. Okay, I'm with you.
You like that?
Snap it up. Yeah, I like it. I love it. No.
I liked it too, Yasser, in fairness.
So was it queen e3?
Well,
Queen
I guess, it's obvious that it might be queen e3 now.
Oh, I know what it was. Okay, so it was queen e3, rook f2, bishop to d3 with idea of rook f8.
I mean,
That's
I
bastard.
mean, maybe, but why is
That's-
this? Why? It's never like, why does the other thing work? Because you can always figure that out. It's why doesn't your thing work?
Right. Damn. Not sure.
Really
Okay,
don't know.
this is kind of weird. Wow. Still smarting from the strike.
This looks.
Feel tasered, man. It's not a good feeling. Whoa.
This
Okay,
looks
there
like-
is a knight c2, right?
This looks
So
like
if
rook
I could-
c4.
Rook c4. Okay, that's going in.
Oh, some freeze again.
If we take with the king,
Then knight d2. Sorry, it just like froze for a bunch there.
oh, so rook c4, king takes, knight d2.
And no matter where your king goes, I have a knight b3 fork.
Wow. That's groovy. I like. Okay. Looks good to me.
Wrong 2 in a row.
Rook c4. Yeah, baby. Nicely done. I wasn't looking in the now the direction I'm looking in is the dark squares. So bishop h6, bishop b2. I'm assuming rook e5.
Yeah, takes. F6 takes. Should be GG.
Right.
He has queen a7, but I mean, there's everything hanging there.
Everything is hanging, right? So, but here's the point. If you go bishop h6 and the guy goes bishop b2 and you go rook c3 as opposed to rook e5,
What's the difference?
what's the difference? You still got to play f6, right? Or am I missing something? I mean, rook e5 is more natural than rook c3, but there shouldn't be two solutions, right?
Correct. Definitely correct.
Okay, but bishop h6, queen b2. Yeah, here we go. Now I understand. So bishop h6, queen b2. Rook e5, bishop f8 is the machine's defense, right?
Yes.
Good. Whew. Okay. So now we know what the issues are.
I think we go bishop d5 and bishop d4. Bishop d5 hits the queen.
When? So what's your main line? Bishop h6, queen b2. What's the main line?
Bishop where, sorry?
I'm thinking the first move is bishop h6. Are you thinking the first move is bishop h6?
Oh, I thought that queen b2 was immediately.
Yeah, but then we go rook e5. Well, is it? Then we take the bishop, threatening mate, and then after rook takes f8, rook takes e6. The queen on b2 is hanging.
That looks like a good line. But what did we? Why didn't this work?
There's queen. What? All right.
Why didn't bishop b2? Like there were two moves that worked, right? Wasn't that an issue?
I think it was an issue as well. But okay, bishop h6, bishop b2, rook e5 has got to be winning. Whether it's so bishop, but definitely not bishop d4. Bishop d4, rook takes d4, and black's in there with a shout, right? So
well, no, obviously yes. My line was bishop d5 to hit the queen, and if like certain pieces take, then you get your bishop d4 safely. But okay, it's this looks right. I just don't know the difference between these two. I think your bishop h6 is definitely much better.
Okay, so bishop d5, bishop. Okay, rook takes d5, rook takes d5, queen takes d5, bishop d4. Can he run away with king f8?
Yeah, well, that's why I just said I think bishop h6 is the answer. Yeah, 100%.
All right, let's go with bishop. Okay, let's go with bishop h6. We'll die together.
Ooh, I didn't know the difference there, but we know this one, right?
Yeah. Well, here my main line was rook e5, bishop f8. Bishop f8, rook e6, queen d2. Okay. I think this is good for us and winning for us, but it's not like the guy has to resign, right? After rook e6, queen d2, or queen b4, some move that hits our rook keeps him in the game for a little bit. But I don't know what else to do beside rook e5. So let's go with rook e5.
Like rook c3 is simply an inferior version in every way, right?
Exactly.
There's nothing redeemable.
Right. Good.
And here it's like, I mean, you gotta take it. It's bishop c1, some weird move, but
exactly.
It's obviously illogical.
So we have to take it. And we have to take it because it doesn't make sense otherwise. And it stops. It doesn't even give it. We were like sweating cannonballs over.
That did not seem convincing.
That was not a convincing problem. Okay, so what do we got here, Aman? What's happening to us here? Are we material down?
Yeah,
we are.
We are material down.
So there has to be a difference between queen h7 check and queen g6 check.
And it looks like the king is going to this square. So really what it looks like is that this king goes here, and like some f4, king takes, and like queen g3 is on my mind.
Okay.
But he's got this square to run to.
Right. So I was thinking queen h7, that maybe that gives us the g6 square for the knight in some. So if we go, like, for example, a dream variation, right? Queen h7, king e5, knight g6, king d5 question mark, queen b7 check, queen c6, knight e7. And we got it's triples.
Yep.
The
problem
family.
is
The family.
the
Okay.
problem is
What's the problem?
there's also knight e7 there to take on c8. So I'm like,
Okay.
I'm worried
Good.
that there's too many wins.
Okay, so queen h7 check, king e5,
And
knight
by the
g6
way, if
check.
king here,
Then he's just walking into our lair, right? Can't do that. Queen e4 check, king back, g4 check. And again, we get to use the g6 square for our pieces.
So that's mate no matter what move we choose,
right.
which is good to know.
So queen h7 check, king e5, knight g6 check, he'll go king e6.
Yes, definitely.
And if we go queen h3 check, he's got f5 as a way
That looks like the end of the line.
Right. Right. The end of the line.
So
you're thinking there's an f4 business.
Well, if you go queen g6, king here, you know, f4, king d5,
queen d3.
Yeah.
Looks a little.
Well, queen d3. If king here, there's queen a6, which wins, right?
That's nice. Yeah, I see that.
If king here, we have a knight guy doing something.
Something.
I'm not sure how good.
Okay, how about this? Queen h7 check, king e5, f4 check, pawn takes f4, knight g6 check.
Oh.
Now, if you go to d5, I get to take with the knight with check, or if you go to b, I could go queen b7 check too.
Mm-hmm.
So hold on, queen h7 check, king e5, f4 takes, knight check. King e6, I got knight f4, and I'm kind of harmonizing my pieces, right?
King e5.
Still not convinced, huh?
No.
Would you believe? Did you ever see Get Smart? It was a TV series that was very popular in the late 60s, early 70s about the secret agent of control versus chaos.
I think you knew the answer to that, Yasser.
Well, there was a guy, Maxwell Smart.
I think they made a remake of this, like a movie.
They did. And he would get himself in this situation where the guy's got a gun on him and he's dead meat, right? And he said, would you believe? No, he would say, standing outside this doorway right now are 20 agents trained control with machine guns pointed at your head. I don't believe you.
Yeah.
Would you believe there are 3 Cub Scouts?
I've seen that. I know what you're talking about, but not because
routine.
I've seen this 1960s thing. They made a remake in 2008 with Steve Carell, and I've seen that.
Okay. I didn't see the remake. And he had the sidekick, this Agent 99. She was a hottie.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, don't tell me we locked ourselves out. And she'd go, Max, you know, the keys are in the car. We locked ourselves out. I told you not to tell me that we locked ourselves out. It was always great.
Yeah, so you inspired me to find the answer, buddy. Queen g6.
Yes.
This is what I wanted. f4.
Yes.
Okay, I think the taking is maybe irrelevant, but
okay.
My point is I just go queen f5 after king d5, and I win your rook, and that's the game. Simple. Right?
Snap. Got it. Yep, that was what it was all about.
Yeah.
Take the rook. Oh, nice. Nicely done. Okay, here, the rook could also go to d1 as well as h7. Yeah. So, why is that meaningful? I don't know yet. So queen g5, king h2, queen f4 looks great until we see the move rook g3. and our desired rook h7 check.
I think
easily.
that's it though. That looks like a
What?
nasty pin, you know? After that, I go king h5, and how do you stop rook g7? It's like, that's my, or king
E6
h4.
is hanging. Whoa. E6 is hanging. So you think check, king, check, check. King h5?
Because, oh, it's so close to working. That's my instinct, yeah.
No way.
Takes
That
here,
would be
and
gross.
rook
I'm
g7,
thinking,
you have queen e8, which is the only move.
wow. So you're saying queen f4, king, rook g3, king h5. There's queen c8, dude. There's all kinds of problems we're having, aren't we?
Yeah, it doesn't work, but it's mainly because of this queen h8, unfortunately. It can happen in so many ways.
Right. Okay, now having said that, like, why aren't we losing? Because we're pawns down. F4 check, king h2. That looks like a trip to nowhere.
This doesn't
Right?
look very simple. This looks like we're lost.
I know, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It looks like we're lost. Okay, so how about this then? Check, king h2, check, check with rook g3, right? Now let's try king h7. So we stop queen c8 and queen h8 mate, and we are threatening your rook
It's that for sure.
g7.
It's
What?
got to be that for sure.
You're happy.
Because the thing is, I don't see a single idea other than pinning the rook and then somehow using our rook to win it.
Exactly.
I see nothing.
Otherwise, we might just resign.
Exactly. And I
Yeah.
played king h5 because I thought king h3, queen h4 mate, but king h7, there's still queen h6 mate because we're a pawn, and it fulfills
Correct.
everything from my previous attempt.
Got it. Okay, I'm
So-
with you. I'm coming up empty-handed. Check and check. It's a cool idea.
Right. And
And
we don't
now
want
I
to go here because of that.
Or queen takes e6.
Or queen
check.
takes
Yeah.
e6.
So exactly. And now rook there.
I like it.
Woof. Okay, I'm glad we got past that one. That one was just ugly.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. This one looks like rook c2 is an automatic because if he takes, we got queen f3. Followed, yeah, baby, followed by knight h3 mate. So
Same with
rook c2,
bishop d2,
and
just snap, snap, snap.
he'd have to play e4. Then we got to check on h3.
Or we can
And then
take this, but yeah. Queen h3, let's say.
Right,
Nicer.
and then no, the queen on a3 will defend f3. So rook c2, e4. Queen h3 check, king back. I'm thinking rook takes f2, threatening mate, king takes f2, queen takes h2, and we eat them out of house and home. I'm ready to go. Like, snap it out there, Aman. We got this. Yep. Ready to go.
You like
Okay,
that,
so
eh?
queen h3, king g1, rook f2, king f2, queen h2, king e3. He's getting his sneakers on and he's running, but queen g1, aren't we just gobbling everything?
Well, why queen g1 even? Yeah, you could
Or
just take on
queen
g3.
takes g3, yeah.
It's probably going to
I
stop
think
the
so.
puzzle or something. But
Queen h3. Let's do it.
there's no like knight takes e4 tricks. There's no no.
E4.
it's-
c2, right?
Takes knight e4. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Somehow just not very convincing, but I guess it's the answer.
Well, another one. How about this? If you're not, queen h3 check, king g1, rook c8. The problem is there's a mate on our first rank, so we can't defend the rook. We have to play rook takes f2 in that case after queen h3. But I think queen h3 is good. It may not be completely satisfying. It's not like
Yeah.
5,000 calories, but I'll take the 100 calories.
Man, yeah. Nice job, Yaz. I'm not. It would have taken me longer to have the confidence to play that because it just looks so lame.
Yeah, again, it wasn't that full meal that we've come to appreciate, in these COVID times. I got what I call the COVID kilos, right? For being
You
too
got the
sedentary.
COVID-19?
Yeah, I got the COVID kilos, man. I'm trying to get rid of them, but it's an effort. Okay, so this one is too easy, which is really the problem. Bishop h3 is a screamer.
I don't like those.
I know. Do they want us to play bishop g4 first or something? I mean,
Right.
no.
That's the
Right?
question. But yeah,
Bishop
you'd have to think
h3.
no.
Bishop h3 threatens bishop g4, which is just absolutely killing a threatening mate. So bishop h3, gh3, queen h3.
Yeah.
Anytime he lifts his kimono with f4 or f3, we got bishop c5.
Killer.
And that's just a killer shot. Bishop h3 looks too easy.
Yeah, something up here.
So, something's wrong. It just can't be that easy, can it? I mean,
Is there
by the
some?
way,
Ooh, I was looking. Is there something like some move like this with queen d3? But
our knight hasn't even participated in an attack.
yeah.
Never mind that we've got queen h7 as well.
Yeah.
All we're down is a pawn.
I don't know.
Yeah.
This looks way too easy.
We're down 2 pawns, but equal number of pieces, greater development. So bishop h3, knight d2, bishop g4, knight f3 is mate on h2. No.
I got nothing,
bishop,
man. Bishop h3 looks.
I got nothing.
Yeah.
Bishop h3, bishop g5, queen g5. Yeah. Let's go down. Let's go down with the ship.
Exactly. Hey, man. So the question is here: is there any reason why this doesn't work? Because you can also throw in this.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to do. Because if we go bishop g4 immediately, which is a very nice move, g3, I don't know if the guy's kicking. I think he's still dead.
Yeah, but he's
but
kicking.
if we go
H5.
bishop h2 check first, king h1, bishop g4, then on g3 we can take on f3 with mate.
Yeah, it's bishop h2 for sure.
Yeah.
Bishop g4, g3, queen h5, queen h1. We don't want any part of that.
Probably not. So I love that move, bishop h2. Yeah, nice. Aman, yeah, baby. Bringing the heat. Okay. This has sacrifice
written all over it, boy.
All over it. I'm still trying to okay. So knight h3.
Yeah.
You can't take on h3 with the pawn because queen.
Queen h3.
But knight
is
h3,
too
king
simple.
h2 is our issue.
Correct.
Really? That looks totally bogus. Okay, let's see this again. So knight h3, king h2, knight f2, knight h4, knight d1. I'm still trying to figure out the material count in that case. We're not material down, are we? We're
no.
Material up.
We're down some, maybe a pawn or something. 2 pawns, but we're even. Even Stevens.
Okay, so knight h3, king h2. Is there something stronger than... Ooh, queen takes f2.
Queen takes f2? Oh, you mean after knight h3?
Right. Then he goes bishop takes h3, rook h3.
No, bishop
Don't
h3,
we have a
queen
mate?
g2 is mate.
Right. Don't we have mate? Yes, exactly. We have mate. So knight h3, king h2, queen f2.
Threatening to move the knight somewhere.
Right. Rook f2, knight f2 check.
King.
The king has to move. When we take
G3, let's say, for him.
Yeah, then we take the queen, and then what's the body part count? Then we're up in exchange,
We're up in
right?
exchange. Which doesn't feel like a great exchange, but it's material.
Again, it's not the 1,000 calories.
Yeah.
It feels a little bit like the 80-calorie mark there. Uh-oh, knight e2. Isn't knight e2 mate after... Whoa, we're getting some advices here? Where's the mate? Where's
Rook,
the mate?
rook g4, queen g4, queen g4.
Okay, so what do you think? I'm thinking knight h3 all the way. In fact, give me an alternative.
Well, I don't see much, to be honest.
I mean, you'd love to play rook g4, queen g4, queen g4, and then knight e2 mate, but rook g4, knight h4.
I mean, your queen's hanging, yeah.
Yeah, defends g2. That's the bad news as well, right? It's not just
Right. Otherwise, I might play it.
right.
It's acting
I
a little
mean, you
lazy.
get, like you get to go rook h4 and rook g2 on consecutive moves. You're in business. It's the
I think
that's
it's
the
knight
chop
h3.
shop.
Knight h3, king h2, and do we have better than queen f2?
That's
Because
my
rook
question.
g4, we get killed.
Right.
Queen g4, he trades, and then
This
knight
doesn't
f2.
feel.
There's no trickiness there, right?
Ooh,
There's
whoa,
queen
whoa, whoa, whoa,
h3.
whoa! That's you got it. Knight h3 check, king h2, queen takes g4, queen takes g4, knight takes f2 check in that moment.
But then queen h3.
Oh, but then you got
That's what
queen
I'm...
h3.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And that's not satisfying. Got it. Okay, so knight h3, king h2. We're back to queen f2, rook f2, king g1, knight takes, bishop takes. We're in exchange up. Sorry, that's the best I got for you.
Knight h3.
Knight h3, queen f2.
Uh,
as we are about to blow it.
exactly. I don't get a good feeling about this one. Knight f2, knight h4.
Yes.
There's no rook h4 for us there. Even if there was, there's bishop h3, king g3. So many good moves.
Right. So knight f2.
Knight h4.
Knight h4. Knight takes d1.
Yeah. Unless
Bishop
say rook
takes
takes
d1. Well, then we've got rook takes g4 check.
g3. It's not check though, right?
Oh, it's not check. I apologize.
So that's dead, right?
So it's got to be queen f2.
Yeah, this move doesn't work because of this, and rook takes is nothing, and knight f2, queen h3 is nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to go queen f2.
Got to go queen f2. It's live or die.
Oof.
Rook b7.
Well,
Instant.
we know we're right now.
Well, we
gotta take it, obviously.
gotta take it.
I wonder what the point of this move is.
So you could go queen
Oh.
b3 check and rook takes f2.
Okay, so
The big
hang
deal.
on.
We're gonna be up so much material.
Wait a minute. Why is that? That is a big deal. We're losing our thing. Why don't we play king?
Oh, well, you think this is okay? So, sorry. Why do you take? You're saying king takes, queen b3 check, king a8,
rook f2,
rook takes, knight
there.
takes,
King there.
What do we got? We got two rooks and a knight for the queen.
Yeah, man. But look at my king side. Like, there's queen b5.
b5.
Like, I'm
Well,
getting
then
killed
we
over
defend
here.
the knight. No. Although I understand what you're saying, that king a8 is a reasonable. But if we play king a8, then he takes our queen, Aman. Then we take
check.
the rook, and he goes king g1. Oh, then the rook is
Take.
hanging at the very end.
Take rook c7.
But so you're thinking king a8, rook rook takes f2, knight takes f2, king g3, knight takes d1, rook takes c7 with trickies.
No. I'm saying king g1.
Okay.
So then knight takes d1, rook takes c7.
We take the bishop. He takes our knight. Aren't we a rook ahead?
Oh, we have our knight on d1 still.
Right.
And if
So
king
maybe
g3
king
can't
A-
take it. I'm thinking king e8's the move, man.
Okay, but king a8. Oh, rook a7 doesn't work. Knight a7.
Mm-hmm.
Golly.
Because if you allow
King-
this, I'm pretty sure that this is not enough. King g1, you have to play knight takes g4. Queen b5, I'm going to lose that position. Or it's at least
Right.
a lot
I'm
of
with you.
compensation.
I'm with you 100% for another reason. If we play king b7, queen b3 check, king a8, he takes, we take discover check, he could drop the bishop back to h3.
Sure. Yeah.
Right.
That's a good
King
point.
a8. I'm with you 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Whew. Jeez, man.
Woo. Woo.
Hamana.
Joe with the subscription. 8 months, man. Thanks for the 8 months. That was a little hotsy-totsy over here.
I wasn't
I
prepared
wasn't
for that.
feeling it for quite some time. What the heck is this? Are you kidding me?
This doesn't even look like a real position. I don't like it.
Are you for real? There's a rook on f8. White
Oh, this
has
one's
two
easy.
queens.
This one's easy, Yasser.
Okay, why
Knight
is it easy?
f5
No.
check. The king is in checkmate. Rook takes f5. Queen c3. Queen e3 mate. Easy. Force mate.
Nice.
We're not even gonna waste our time here. We're better than this. We're above this
We're
problem.
better.
Are you on board with that?
Yeah, totally. In the words of Magnus Carlsen, do better.
Do better. There we go.
Do better.
Don't want to deal with that puzzle.
No, that was 2. Get rid of it. Knight H. Okay, so we're white, right? And we've got to take care of the dude.
Ugh.
So we got C8 on control. Now,
Bishop d6, bishop e7 is floating, but there's lots of g takes f3s to worry about.
I'm thinking we need something more than that.
I'm thinking knight c6.
Right.
Yeah.
That is, we're on the same wavelength. But knight c6, bishop c6, queen a8, bishop a8, rook c8. Why did we give up a whole piece?
But
Go.
But I was saying
Six.
here takes, there's queen takes a8 as well.
Yeah, there's another problem with that.
So no, I was thinking here something like bishop takes, and then to actually just recapture it with something like a rook somewhere. Like so, rook takes.
But then he takes our queen.
Yeah.
And we go down, rook c8, and then he comes back with the rook. He says, "Go ahead, take my queen. I'm a rook up."
Yeah.
Okay, is it saying that we should just play a move like bishop d6? I don't know. Takes on f3, bishop e7.
Queen there, queen g6. I guess.
Okay, so bishop d6 takes on f3, bishop e7, queen e8. Can I eat my way to safety, taking on f6? Well, then you go queen g6, bishop takes f3.
I have my queen there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It feels like white just keeps
just munches everything in sight.
Everything. And if I go bishop d6, rook d, okay, bishop d6, rook d6, queen d6 takes on f3, threatening queen g5. I can go queen takes d7.
Yeah, that's dead.
And yeah, the dead end.
Yeah,
I agree. So what could black play to bishop d6? He has to take on f3. We go bishop to e7. Queen e8 takes on f6.
And rook g6?
At what moment? Bishop d6, rook g6 immediately?
No, after bishop e7.
Then
Take.
h4 is hanging.
Takes.
Oh,
Rook
I'm
takes
sorry.
g2.
Right. I'm sorry, I got the wrong position. Bishop takes d6. You want to take on f3.
Yeah.
Bishop to e7. Then you want to play rook to g6 in
Yeah.
that position.
It shouldn't be good enough. Take the queen, I guess. Rook g2, king
Right.
h1, and you're kind of saying, what's going on? You're down
You
everything.
ran out.
And the
Yeah, you
knight's
ran
hanging.
out of. Right. You're running out of wood.
Yeah, I think this might
Oh,
be right.
okay. Well,
I got nothing else though, man. Unless knight c6
I
is
know.
working, I'm out of options. Like,
Right. I mean, here, even when you're looking at a move like Bishop b5, even as you're playing it, you're disbelieving. Like, I don't know if I should be leaving my king alone. Okay, I'm ready. Let's go. Snap it out. Bishop d6. Ah! Okay, what could it could have wanted us to take on g4?
No, of course
In that
not.
position.
Of course not, dude. It wanted knight c6. It has to be knight c6.
You think it wanted knight c6?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, you're probably right. Oh boy.
I still don't know what the line is, but it's like
That was another painful. Oh no, we're only up to 61 and we're 2 strokes. And we got a tricky
a tricky
setup. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Why isn't knight f4 good? Knight f4 looks.
The only reaction is to take it, right?
Okay, knight f4, knight takes f4, queen takes c3.
Mm-hmm. King f2.
King f2.
I mean, there's queen b2 takes a3. Queen
That's
d2
one.
there. There's queen d2.
There's all kinds of checks, right, with the queen that look good. So after knight f4, is there another move that it could play?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. But it's like if I could, I'd love to play 2 moves at once. I'd love to be able to play bishop e3 and then knight f4, right? Because then I'd be hitting the queen and the king can't go anywhere and it's all good.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my problem. I want to have my cake and eat it too. But knight f4 threatening mate in 1 provokes
Knight takes.
knight takes, queen takes.
King f2.
Queen d2 check.
Yeah, king g3.
E5 threatening bishop f4.
That's a big
Me like, that's a good one. You don't take the knight, you attack it for a 3rd time. And then you go bishop f4 check when the knight moves. Okay, I'm ready for it. You got something else?
Dude, no. We're already at 2 strikes, so we got to make some quick decisions.
Okay, well, that was a good one. So far, so good. And he's got this getting us from behind ideas. But we do have bishop e6, but then he goes queen f3. What's his idea?
Is queen c8 scary? I'm looking at bishop h5.
Wow, you are, well, there is queen g8 check.
Ooh.
And then there's bishop f8.
But then they take the knight. Surely that's not enough.
Okay, so hold on. Wait a minute. If we go bishop h5 and it goes queen g8 check, we go bishop f8, and if it takes the knight, we got queen e3 check, and we're going to recapture the knight with check. Oh, but we're not taking much material, are we? We're kind of coming out empty-handed on this one, buddy.
We got a lot.
Oh, but what's bishop e6 again? Just tell me. Oh, queen f3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Knight g2, queen g2. What? What? Knight e2, queen c8 check is the problem.
Yes.
Hmm.
I really feel like we
Knight,
got to move the bishop as a result.
knight d7, rook d1 is not, can't possibly
Can't
be the
possibly
answer.
be it.
No, I mean, nobody, the immortal words of Bent Larson, nobody believes you.
Definitely not. Not getting my vote, bud.
Okay, so once again, you're back to bishop h5. That's a hellacious move. Bishop h5, queen g8 check, bishop f8, knight f4.
So check, king there, check, king g1,
Right?
back check again, king h2.
The bishop is hanging, the rook is hanging.
Hmm.
I'm confused on this one. I mean, we got to call it bishop h5, queen g3. Exactly. We got the queen e2. Bishop h5 looks good. The problem with bishop e6 is queen f3.
And is king d7 playable? There's rook d1.
Right?
Well, that just about does it.
Bishop. So hold on. So people are saying king d7. Wait a minute. Bishop h5, king d7, rook d1. What am I missing? I don't see it after rook d1.
I don't see it either.
When you were growing up, who was a hero? Who did you admire growing up, being Canadian? Were you a Gretzky fan, or he was too late? Because I had Mark Spitz.
I definitely had
as a
Gretzky.
hero. I definitely had a number of sports guys, and of course Bobby Fischer.
My dad always had a thing that, like, there was another hockey player named Mark Messier.
Oh God, yes. I mean, oof.
And he, like, my dad kept telling me, I never actually checked the story myself, but my dad kept telling me, like, a famous story about some guarantee that he, like, made to his team. Maybe it's famous or something. I've never actually, like, even to this day, I've never checked it, but it always made an impression on me. And
we are going to win these playoffs.
Yeah,
man.
something like he was definitely going to score like 3 goals, or definitely going to like win this game or win this playoffs or something. I think it might have been before the playoffs. Something he's like, yeah, we're going to do this, and in any case, it happened, and it just became a thing in our house where it was like, you know, hey man, I'm gonna like pick you up from school at 3, and I was like, oh okay, and he's like, yeah, Messier guarantee. So it became
100%.
Yeah, it became a thing. So between my dad and I, we have like the Messier guarantee. Whenever it's like, I'm not gonna mess this up. Like, I'll definitely
not
be
gonna
there.
mess this.
Messier
So
guarantee.
George Best, he was a British soccer player, and he was famous because he said that in the next game they were up against a team, and and that team had a great all-star on their side, and he was going to dribble the ball between that guy's legs. Which he did. And, kind of embarrassed him, right? And George Best was famous for his best quip. His best quip ever was like, I have wasted a fortune on fast women. Well, I've wasted a fortune on fast cars and loose women.
Yeah.
The rest I merely squandered. Like, that's great. I mean, I like that guy. The rest I just squandered away. Nice. Okay, So I think we're headed towards bishop h5 because
Yeah, buddy, but I swear, like queen g8, bishop there, knight f4 doesn't look that convincing. I got like
I'm
no
with you.
pieces
Maybe
left
I
there.
have to play queen c3 check afterwards. After all of that.
Yeah, and king f2, and I don't have a bishop on
Well, no,
dark
but
square
I
bishop.
do have queen e3, queen d2 check in that case,
And then knight.
and I pick
Oh, I see what you're
up the
saying.
knight with check. I pick
Yeah.
up the knight with check. So let's try to do it again. I go bishop h5, queen g8, bishop f8, knight f4, queen c3, king.
Oh, what about
Where
king
did you
f1?
go?
Oh, king f1, you take the rook. So
I
yeah,
got a
king
whole rook.
f2 is forced.
Queen d2 check.
Yeah, and now all these
King
moves
g1,
run
queen
into.
e3 check, and I pick up the knight with a check. It's not that wholesome, 1,000 calories sit down buffet.
I think
But
that's
it's
it, man.
but it's a decent morsel. Yeah, go for it. Ooh.
Oh, we got him now.
Oh, good.
Knight takes, I imagine.
Yes. Yeah.
Man, they really want me to
Okay.
keep playing here. God damn.
I know. It was like, leave me
me
alone.
be.
I did good. I did good. I
Because
did good
here we
getting
got
this here.
e5 to reckon with.
Okay, that's
And like if I
so.
take this, he's taking my rook, man.
Or, well, I'm not so fearful. Maybe I am fearful about him taking our rook. I'm a little taking on e7 is a little bit
Sure, yeah.
frightening, right?
But I have queen e5 there. Oh,
that might
that's
be
the
it,
answer.
right?
That's the answer. Because it guards the bishop as well.
Right?
So queen takes. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so what do you reckon? Queen takes.
And then if queen takes, queen e5 check, king h1, knight there, king g1.
We could take a rook in that case, or we could take a pawn
queen,
on 6.
Even queen d4 will win a rook with check. If we win.
Right. Got it.
Or queen
Okay.
c5 and knight. I don't know.
So eat.
This is what I think they wanted us to find.
Okay, good. I'm glad we found it.
Jeez.
Jeez, Louise. Okay, what is this? Okay, why isn't c4 king
e2?
ed2 takes on b3 king d1.
Or maybe king d2, let's just say.
King to d2. Okay, so c3, king d e2, king c3 to shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
And then if king here,
king takes b3. So kind of a funny looking shouldering.
king c1,
Quick king a2, and now our b pawn is like choo choo.
And instead of king c1,
ka-choo.
You know, let's say knight here f6.
Mm-hmm.
Then king b2.
I once we were driving.
I think that's it.
From Edmonton because we had the Edmonton.
Is this going to help us find the answer?
Maybe.
Okay, good.
The Calgary Open in Edmonton, and I was with the U.S. champion John Grief, and we drove the car across the mountains back, and we made it all the way to Seattle in a single go. And because of radio issues, we had the Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band by the Beatles, that album, and we must have played it like 40 times in a row.
I believe that.
That was a long drive, but it was very satisfying. Okay, so what are we talking about here? We're talking about c4. I'm assuming king e2, right? King b3, and where did you go? Where did you go after that?
I went king d1, and you took on b3 with the king.
Okay, I'm very proud of myself.
Knight here, King B2,
King B2.
knight here, C3,
Push.
knight here, B3.
Push. Knight C4 check. King A2, right? Knight King C, no, King C1 B2. No, that must work.
Mhm.
Okay. Plus, I think King C3 is too slow.
Yes.
That's why C4 is kind of a forcing.
Yeah, you make them waste a move there. So
Right.
here, King C3 takes, B3, B2, you're just there quicker.
Correct.
Yeah, the only other move that I was like entertaining was King D3, some shouldering thing, but I get the feeling somehow it's too slow.
Exactly. It's at a certain moment you kind of start wondering when the knight's going to cause an accident. Right. So King D3, Knight C3, C4. There's even ideas of Knight D7 and Knight C5 check that might interfere with your grand winning plan.
Mm-hmm. C3. I just don't like when there's two things that look like they work.
Exactly. I hate that too.
King D3, H5, C4, H6.
You're right.
Takes, and then
Knight.
knight somewhere.
Right.
That's seemingly the issue, right? Because you can't let
that's
that
not
happen.
convincing. That's not convincing at all. So
And
that's why I think it's C4.
And this one is quicker because you beat him there for sure. Here, here, here. Knight move here. You're way ahead. And then king there. King C3. You're still going way ahead.
Right. Plus, our king is one square further away from the knight, so the knight can't sucker us with any checks.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay. Do it. Let's go.
Hey, I can play these moves. There we go.
Hey, this looks like the one
It is the one.
No, because it was like there was a queen on C8 that went to A6. Remember? It was like
No, it's not the same problem, but it's the same game. Do you know what I mean? It looks like it's from like the same game. They just played different moves.
Okay. So what it wants to show us,
I'm sure of it,
is that King B8, Queen check, King A7 walks into Rook A2. So we're not hiding over there.
Right.
Okay, but are we hiding on the other side? Why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we hiding on the other side, Aman? Because there's a Queen H3 check. Ooh, so King D8, Queen F6, Bishop E7, King D7, Queen H3 check.
King here.
Are we being perpepped? I think we're being perpepped. Aren't we? What am I missing?
King here. Where are we going? Bishop's on E7, Queen's on H3. So you check to go King E8.
Right. And then he checks us on H5. And if we go to D8, then he goes check on H8 and he gets the same position.
So we have to touch the B file at some point.
Yeah, that's the scary part, right? So if we go king, if we just accept the challenge and go King B7, do your worst, Knight A5 check, King A6, go ahead, do your worst. Queen C8 check, King takes, Queen takes C7, we got Queen B6.
The move that concerns me is Queen A8 though.
Okay, so let's one more time. So King B7, Knight A5. This time let's try King B6. Like just walk in, ooh. And if he goes Knight C4 check, King C5, Knight takes E3, Knight takes E3, and we'll play two pieces for the queen, but we'll win.
Oh,
Yes! I love it. King b7. That's the killer move.
You're sure, Yasser?
100%. It's
So I'm not
100%.
even going to give this a thought. This is your puzzle.
King b7, knight a5, king b6, knight c4, king c5. What did you call it? A Messier guarantee.
Messier guarantee. And
I
taking?
give it to you. I give you knight e3. Yes.
And now?
What? I expected him to keep the rook protected.
Makes you second guess whether you should take it. There's no stalemate.
A rook. Is there a stalemate?
No, he always has c3.
So we want a rook. We take the rook, of course. What? Get out of
Nice one,
here.
Yasser.
That sucked.
A Messier guarantee, buddy. You did it.
A Messier guarantee. Okay, well, this one's easy. This one is like one of those where you get to go bishop check and then bishop to f3. And for some reason, our bishop is much better on f3 than it is anywhere else. Is that a back rank mate trick? No. Yes, it is, right? Okay, help me out here. Because
well, remember, dude, if we go here, this queen takes e8.
That is the dude to remember. I'll remember you from now on. Oh, there is a check on g1. So check, king e1, check on g1, king d2. Why are we proud?
We're not.
I'm not so proud.
We're not at all. Unless you're trying to make a draw.
Not trying to make a draw. Nope.
Well, you never know.
Okay. So, okay, I need to get the zen of this. Oh, dear. Huh. So, just to be clear, if I take the queen, like, I know that's so stupid, but it is a queen. Bishop takes queen.
You talking about the bishop?
G5 check, right? Is that the problem? Queen G5 check.
Yes.
Okay. And if I take the queen on G8, queen H4 check is the problem?
Correct. Although, yeah, there's some bishop E2 there, but it still looks like the problem.
Okay. Right. Okay. And of course, because it's one of those studies, capturing a queen on move one can't be right.
Yeah, it's never correct, ever.
It's never correct. Just the principle of, capturing a queen on move one. So queen f6 or queen f4 check.
So let's say king over, first of all. Okay,
well, if queen f6 check, king over, I take your queen, you go queen g3, I got queen check. I'm kind of afraid if I go queen f4 that you'll go bishop f3, though. That throws me off. And
but
you're
king
threatening
g1
queen
I don't see an answer to either, to be honest.
Yeah, but I'm thinking that queen f6 check or queen f4 check, bishop f3 threatens queen d5.
Yeah.
And so I'm not satisfied with the queen checks either.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm kind of coming back to bishop e2, but I need a reason why that would be really good. And I'm not sure what that reason is. Help. Help. I need somebody. I'm flagging.
And are you sure that we're supposed
my
to...
energy. What?
Are you sure we're supposed to win this position?
We're losing.
Well, we are, right?
We're way down on material. We're a queen behind.
Yeah, hey, I'm looking to make a draw and just get out of Dodge, man.
Right? No, with such a material imbalance as this, I'm assuming we're supposed to be winning, but I'm not ready to be convinced. Okay, what's the chat say? Try flagging him on time. That's what Bishop e2 to g4 check wins the queen. I know, but our rook on e8 is hanging. Bishop f3, can he block with the queen? Yeah, that's where these are the issues. Our streamers are with us. They're trying to give us support, but we're recognizing that we've got issues. God. Okay. Aman, if we go bishop e2 check, king e1, queen g1 check, king there, queen back to d4 check, we've got to draw.
I was just
Right?
thinking about that. Do we? King c2?
Bishop d3?
Yeah, and then king...
We're going to have more than a draw if you
king
keep
c1?
queen g1.
King d2?
Queen f2, king c3, queen c2, queen d2, and queen b6 mate.
Huh?
Yeah. And queen b6 mate.
But I have king d4, right? Oh,
No,
still
I
queen
went-
b2.
Yeah. No, I went queen c2. Oh, and yeah.
I was saying king d4, but our rook is scudding, so you're still
and I
right.
still got b2.
Yeah.
So are we supposed to be making a draw? I mean, we're queen down.
There's no way.
What?
There's no
That
way.
we're supposed to. Okay, so we need to ask the chat. Chat, should Aman and I be satisfied with that?
Hell no.
So we could run to our bedrooms and like suck our thumbs, or is there something absolutely disgustingly beautiful? Offer a draw first.
Queen f6, bishop f3 takes here. I just
Okay.
I don't see enough. Queen g3.
But our king is exposed. It's
yeah, there's
like,
also queen takes h7 there. I don't have a single check next, which is concerning me. And there's also rook d1 in the position.
Rook d1 check and queen g3, and like we're.
Not to mention this, I don't see an answer truly to king g1 either, if I'm honest.
Well, lie to me. Sweet lies. Just. Yeah, I'm thinking it's bishop e2. That's all I got for you, Aman. That's all I got, buddy. Bishop e2 is a draw, yes. Bishop f5, king. Hold on, we're getting a suggestion. Bishop check, king, queen check, king. What did he say?
What the hell suggestion are you getting, brah?
No, we are getting bishop e2, king e1, queen g1 check, king d2, queen check. Oh, he's saying king c1, we've got a queen f4. Yeah, but I think any move other than king.
No, but king c1, queen f4, king d1 is the
bishop will be on e2, right? Oh, we got queen d1 mate. Oh, so no, he's saying that the computer could try to avoid the perpetual check, and I don't think the computer can.
That's fine.
Let me check.
I'll tell you one line.
Yeah.
Which I don't know who it was. I'm sorry, but it's just fluttering by.
Yeah.
Was rook takes g8.
Right.
Queen h4, and then this wasn't really written in the chat, but I thought, oh, we could move our king, and there's no like. I want to move my king somewhere. E2. Yeah, I want to do something like this. Right, move my king somewhere. Yeah. The problem is
that might be winning.
Where do I put the king though? Because
king d7.
King d7? Queen h7?
Rook g7.
Okay, I like the look of that. And king d7, by the way, I was worried about king there because of bishop e6. With the queen on h4.
So we do it again. So rook takes g8, queen h4 check, king d7, bishop
like
e6,
that.
king takes e6.
No. I'm saying that I like your king d7 because I was worried about putting my king on a light square c8
But
because of bishop e6. So I like your king
Right.
d7. Yes.
Yes.
And then we're
So
threatening the bishop. We're also threatening the
threatening
queen.
bishop e2.
And the king is also cut
Okay.
off, so rook f8 check is a winning move.
Except, how's this? Rook takes g8, queen h4, king d7, bishop f3, blocking the bishop e2 check.
Yeah.
But then in that case, we can go queen d7 and bishop f3, and maybe we will
Sorry,
win.
queen d3?
Queen d3 and bishop f3.
Queen
And then
d3 guards the pawn, by the way. I like that.
Very important.
And then after takes, we take, and if
Then
queen h3, we have bishop back to g4, and h7's covered. The queen's protected. Oof.
Right.
Things are looking good, Yasser. Everything's protecting everything.
Exactly. I mean,
I'm like the way it's feeling.
Yeah. So we're now changing our opinion from making a draw with bishop e2 to going for the win, to going for the gold, the gusto, with rook g8, queen h4, king d7, bishop f3, queen d3 check.
And then king g1. Sorry, let's go king f2.
King f2.
Right.
Okay.
Bishop takes
then
f3.
Let's go. Bishop takes f3. We've got
Takes.
h7 protected.
Yeah, let's say it
And
just
then
takes
go
back.
queen d2 check.
King f1.
And queen g2 check.
King e1.
And rook e8 check. And then give
rook
me a
e8's
rook.
great. Because then you're not blundering queen h7.
Yeah, that's what I'm
That's got to be
Okay,
it, Yasser.
Let's do it.
Are we sending that one in?
Rook takes g8. It worked.
It's got to be king d7, yes.
Okay, yeah, it worked.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Oh, man. We worked so hard for a lousy... Oh, this one's easy, isn't it? King, bishop. So
Yasser, I'm still living in the relishing from, the previous
exactly.
one.
So bishop f5, king. So bishop f5, king c3, king e4. Bishop has to go to e1. Then we go king.
Sorry, say that whole line
d3.
again. I just looking at the fact that our last puzzle was 1600.
Get out.
Not the one we just did, the one before that. The one where you had the brilliant king b7, sacking your queen, king b7, king b6, king c5. It was only rated 1600, so no wonder you got it right.
1690. Give me my.
You were ready to sound the town bell there.
Give me my certificate of participation. I love it. The Honorable Grandmaster Yasser Sarawan has correctly solved our 1690 puzzle.
Okay.
Yeah, baby.
So what were you saying here?
Okay, so bishop f5 box, king c3, king e4, bishop e1, king e3. That is going to be
bishop
a
where?
C1.
C1?
No, king, bishop Edgar 1, because I'm thinking the bishop has to go to g3 to defend the h2 pawn. So I go bishop f5 so that you can't play f4, f5. You can't do it.
Yeah, so king d4 here takes, and we say
I'm afraid
this is just a draw because the king goes like that.
Right. I'm afraid that
I think this just needs to be played, yeah.
Right. That looks, but you got to go king e3 when the bishop goes to e1.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And that's
nice.
like the Zug's one.
Bishop there and then king f2.
Exactly. So bishop,
and then king d4, king here, king e5.
Don't let him take our bishop.
No?
We got bridesmaids.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said don't let him take it. Yeah. King takes king h2 takes here.
3.
King e4 g2, and we win by a tempo.
Yes, precisely so, with d2.
That looks good.
Okay, snap it out. But he played it too quickly. Well,
Is this going to
okay.
be the same thing?
Yeah, we
So,
are
hang
not
on.
taking the pawn on f4. That pawn is not important to us, and maybe it actually helps white. So we're playing king f3. Let's go.
And king e3 is not right either.
No. We got to go after the h2 honey bunch. King g2. Right. Now we pause for just a second. Pause right here. Does it make any sense whatsoever to
Move
keep
the
our
bishop.
bishop?
Bishop h7.
Right, for example.
I guess he's got to go f5.
Okay, king takes h2. I mean, it would be wrong. I mean, every fiber of my being wants to take the pawn. King takes, king takes.
No, it's wrong. You go here, I go king d4.
Why is that good? King
Takes there, king e3. Am I just in time? No.
G3, right?
Hang on.
I'm not sure, but
It's definitely not.
I'm sure it's king h2, right? There's
Yeah. 1 second.
But it would be strange that bishop h7 could also be winning. So king h2, king takes, g3, king back, g2, bishop d4, d2. Is there any tricky?
No. Here, f5. King takes, king e4.
Ah, thank you. Although bishop takes f5, king takes f5, g3. Then, no. Still winning.
What?
Jesus.
G3.
Right? Still the bridesmaids, the two pawns that are distant from the bishop. I don't know. I'm pretty sure the computer wants us to take the pawn. King takes h2, king takes f5, g3, and win the game. And that does win the game, right? I mean, there's no arguments. But I don't see why bishop. But maybe there's something like bishop back f5, king takes king f.
That's king e3. No, king e3. It's just you make a draw with king e3. Here f5 takes king e4, bishop takes king e3, g3, bishop e5.
That's a draw? Damn. Okay, you might be right. So take the pawn, king h2. Let's just get this done and dusted.
Let's just get this wrong. Let's just get this over and done with.
It's dusted, king h. Yeah, get that guy up. Yeah, go, baby.
Okay, good.
Oh, man, get a...
Good. Get him out of here.
Yeah, I know. Next. Okay, what's going on here? Okay, I'm looking at something based on bishop e4, but...
G6 is rather convincing.
Well, okay, so there's a back rank mate issue. So if we take on c5, he has to take with the rook, right?
Right. Here, if knight takes, we go, what, bishop f7?
Bishop f7.
It's all we win, though, right?
Again, it's not nutritious.
Yeah. Okay, then we take the queen and go e6. There you go.
Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, so it takes on c5, rook takes c5. Help. Anytime you want to contribute, just jump right in. Okay. That wasn't. So don't tell me it's some idiotic move like bishop h6.
You know what it is, Yasser?
What is it?
I've got it, buddy.
Oh no, please share.
It's bishop takes c5. Rook takes c5.
Right.
Bishop e6. Pawn
Bishop
e6. Queen
Yes.
g5.
Simple
Blundering.
chess.
Rook
You
d5.
threat. No, not blundering at all. That's
we have
okay. I like
this.
it. I like it because then you take the rook. He
Yeah.
takes. You play h6.
Yeah, but
Continue. If he goes queen to d7, then you go e6.
here we have queen e7.
And you've got queen e7 as well. So I like it. I like it. Bishop takes c5, rook c5, bishop e6, fe6, queen g5. What did you say?
Rook d5. Well, other than rook d5, there's king f7. But
Well,
king
then
f7.
we got h6. And,
yeah, king
and
f7
we
looks
win.
dead.
Right.
to
It
me.
is. It is. It's completely
That's dead. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm up. I'm 100% behind bishop c5 and the queen g5 business. You did it. Aman with the glory.
Now we take this.
Glory.
Well, we have to
what
because
did-
it's check. Right?
Yes, yes. What did Tyson Fury say? You know, glory to Jesus, victory for us.
It might have been Wesley So as well. I'm not sure who said it first.
Oh, what is it? This looks easy. Why is this not easy? So we go rook check and rook g3. Why is that not just
Someone's gonna have to help me out here. Is this another 1600 puzzle that Yasser's gonna get right?
1600 puzzle? 1690. They threw in a 1690 to make me feel good. I love it.
Exactly, dude.
Okay. So rook check, king over, rook g3, rook e5 check.
Yeah,
Rook
but
takes
then
is
rook takes
over.
is dead.
So
Has to be
bishop
bishop e5.
to e5, rook takes. I'm threatening the rook on f8. I'm threatening the rook on e2. I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
That's super easy.
It's too easy. Of course, this is the first move, by the way, right? It's not even a discussion about the first move.
There's nothing else. And you're threatening, you're being mated on d3. So rook discover check, obviously, and why not attack the queen? Right?
Rook f6 is garbage. There's no other
That's
moves.
mate.
There's only two. Rook e5, very clearly rook takes f3 is toast.
And there goes the house.
Everything's
He's
gone.
got to go bishop e5. We take the bishop with check. He's got to retake, otherwise it's mate. And then we take.
Wait, what?
What? No, we take the queen.
We take the queen first, right? Yeah.
We take the queen first. I'm sorry. Yeah. So rook g3 check. Let's go. Snap it up.
And then we take here, and if rook takes, we take here.
Right.
And then we take this guy. And if takes, bishop
Johnny
takes
ballgame.
here, we take here. And then take
Right.
that. Everything's hanging.
Exactly. So remember, queens are more than bishops. Yeah.
Okay, so that was just very easy, and that was 1800.
Was that really a 1600?
It was 1800.
1800.
Terrible. It's awful,
I'm
obviously.
looking at the problem by saying this is too easy.
It's
Even
trash.
I can solve it.
It's trash.
Awesome, right? What? You like they threw us for a loop on that one. Okay. But
Okay, I'm thinking it's got to be queen g4. First instinct.
right.
Because
Queen
we don't want
G4.
this.
No. But okay, queen g4 humor me,
wins.
king h1.
Right. And then just to finish the basic lines, king f2,
No,
rook
because
f3.
we got rook
Okay,
f3.
so we win everywhere, so it got to be king h1.
Right.
And
Then we
then-
jump with the knight to e4, I'm assuming, because in that case we're threatening
We're not.
rook c1 and knight f2 mate, right?
Yeah.
And
What's
he can't go h3 because we got rook h3. So queen, I love your queen g4. I'm like
Yeah.
100% behind that. King h1, and I'm loving knight e4.
What's the defensive trick? That's what I'm wondering, because it looks like another 1800 puzzle.
So queen g4, queen g2? No, that's rook c1. That's easy. So queen
H3?
g4, king h1. No, that's why our rook on h3 is so sweet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, baby. Oh, yeah.
I mean, dude.
Like the way, oh, yeah, that's
Dude,
good. That's good.
I don't know why I got here.
I mean, when they said Puzzle Rush survival, I think it's survival of the contestants.
We have to survive.
I mean, we're
physically.
putting ourselves through this emotional turmoil.
They
at
throw in
every
these 1600
twisted
puzzles.
turn.
It's crazy.
And then they throw us a 1600 puzzle, which we taser and strike out on.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just glad our X's are not on 1600s.
Right, exactly.
Couldn't live with myself.
Yay. Good for us. Good for us. Rook takes knight is a defense. Yeah, well, queen, g4 check, king h1, knight e4, rook takes e4 is a defense.
Just take it.
But we take it, and after a move like d6, we could play rook to d3, and with threatening rook to d1. So, okay, I don't get it, Aman. Queen e4, queen g4 check. Let's do it, buddy.
And knight e4 is just too strong.
Too strong. It's just it's so powerful.
There's not another move I'd play in its place.
Okay, here we go. So knight e4, queen g1. It wants us to find rook c1.
Well, I think so, I guess, but
that's the defensive try.
Whoa.
Oh, I was wrong. I was just checking with you there, buddy.
Oh, is that right there, bud? But tell me.
So what's the story now? So
Okay.
if you go
here,
rook f3. What?
Oh, I was saying just to play the same thing. If you go rook c1, why doesn't it work? Knight f6.
Then he goes knight f6 check.
King takes.
And he takes our queen, and it's not as nutritious as we hoped.
No, not at all.
But I'm thinking rook f3, but then queen g2, right? Is that so clear? Knight f2 check, king g1, knight h3 check, king h1.
Knight f2 check isn't convincing. You just take it.
No, I agree wholeheartedly. Rook f3 is a step in the wrong.
Like, I mean that there's no need for king g1. That's
right.
Yeah, just
right.
That you can always sack because you got this.
Right. Okay. So we got to come up with something better. Better.
I'm not in the business of that.
Better. Guys got to do better. That was still a great line by Aman. The match had its moments, you know? I mean, you know, even though it was a one-sided affair, there was some action going on.
Do I just move my king here?
Is it a quiet move? Is rook d... Tell me. Oh, rook d3 is ridiculous because knight f6 check, knight takes f6, queen takes d3, and there's no knight f2. Haha.
What if I just move my king, man? King f8.
King f8. And I'm guessing knight f6.
Yeah, I almost want my king to be somewhere a little more intelligent.
So that when you when you take on f6, it's not with check. Huh? Okay, so you're thinking king h7, knight f6 check, knight takes f6, rook takes f6, rook to d. No, you don't have rook to d3. I apologize. Rook to f3. No, that's not. No. King move, quiet moves. No, they don't.
You don't like the vibe?
I don't like the. I'm not feeling the vibe there. Not feeling the vibe. How about rook c2?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, rook c2, rook e4.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why I like rook c2 was because in case of knight f6, knight takes f6, queen takes rook takes f6, I was going to go rook to d2 and rook to d1. But rook e4. So at the moment, we could say that rook e4 is some kind of a threat as well,
Yeah,
right?
that looks right. J-Bell and Brui. Knight g3, hg3, queen h5, king g2, rook c2.
Ooh.
And e2 is covered.
Ooh, that's so nice. And you have mate on h2.
And king g1, rook g3,
Oh.
and rook f3. And you,
Right?
and then yeah, you win. You win some stuff.
You win it. You take the queen with check, actually. So he never gets a chance to play knight f6. So knight g3, hg3, queen h5, king g1, rook takes.
And the reason it's with check is because
rook
king
f3
e2 is still a check.
Is check.
Oof, and that stops
And-
knight f6.
Oh, knight g3. Who
That's
made
very
that
important.
discovery?
I don't know who said it
Push your
first,
big
unfortunately,
t-shirt,
but I
man.
just saw it coming out of a few of our higher rated chat members' mouths. J-Bell, Rui.
Nice. The problem with the immediate rook c1 is knight f6 check. And if we take the knight on f6, then he takes our rook. And if we move our king, he takes our queen.
Yeah.
And it's not as nutritious as we want. It might still be winning, but it's not but I'm knight g3. That is sheer genius. That is just so cool. Snap it out. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, that was sweet.
Well, we're playing for a draw here, buddy.
We sure are.
I hate
Well, we
these.
got that part right. Give ourselves credit.
Nice.
Give ourselves credit. Okay, so what's our problem?
Let's
King
calculate
G5,
the
King
dumb,
E4,
obvious, brain
King
dead.
F6, King E3, King E6.
Let's say King E5, no? Just
okay,
a
King
bit better.
E5, of course.
Yeah.
King D3, King D5, King C3, King C6.
So if King B3, King here, takes, simple, we win. If King B3, King B7, King A4, we go King A6, and then take, and we win?
Correct. So it's a shouldering. So it's, okay, so King G5, King E4, King F6, King takes E3, King E5, double exclam.
Mm-hmm.
That's the move it wants us to play. The blocking
C4.
technique.
Here? That's not good enough.
So king takes king, king e5, king d3, king d5, king c3, king c6, king c4.
Yeah.
Draw, right? That's just a draw. Well, we can't do better than a draw. Which isn't a surprise because our king isn't that great.
Are we just making a draw?
That's what the position says.
I mean, there's no way to do anything but make a draw.
Precisely. It's a
ridiculous.
force majeure.
I'm pretty sure.
And if they then say that this position was a 1200, I'm giving you the certificate of excellence. That reminds me, I got to show you this one. This is great. So essentially, after I retired, I sent everything. I mean, everything to the World Chess Hall of Fame. All of my medals, my trophies as a kid, my trophies as a U.S. champion. And I sent everything except for one. I got to get it to you. This is great.
Yasser's leaving so I can get this wrong in silence. It's just weird, but I guess it is just a draw. It's not correct,
what happened?
Dude. I told you were leaving so I can get it wrong in silence.
What did you do? What did you? You could get it wrong in silence.
What the hell is this, man?
I left you. Was King G5 right? Aman, was King G5 right?
Huh?
Aman, could you tell me what you did?
King E5. I played here. It's wrong.
No, King E6, King D4, King D6, King C4, King C6. That's what you had to do. King E6. Right? I left for 2 seconds. You didn't wait. The difference is that, hold on, what is the difference? King, 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 king. I don't know. What's the difference, Aman?
Well, you want to get to C6 with some kind of extra move. Like with the king on C4. You want to arrive there after.
Right. So you played King E5 and the computer went,
Yeah.
It wanted you to play King E6. So go ahead, play King E6 for a second so I can see the difference. It's not obvious to me what.
I don't think, or I think I have to click it maybe.
You have to put it on analysis or something? Okay. Take there. There.
Is that good enough?
There. Takes. Yeah, that was the variation you analyzed to a win for yourself. Right?
No, we need to go to E7. Because if you go to E6, then black goes King E4.
So you need to keep some kind of a distant opposition. So go ahead, try King E7 for a second.
Like this.
Oh man, sorry, I didn't think it was that hard.
Well, that's the problem when they put these 1600 puzzles. You never know if you got another 1600 or you got a 4K coming at you.
Oh my goodness. So at various moments, anytime, you kind of pan out, you'll see some trophies, but those trophies aren't mine. Those trophies are Yvette's because she wins a lot of prizes. But this one, I didn't send to the World Hall of Fame. This one I really, really enjoyed. So it's a plaque. It's a plaque. It's really nice. And this is the science annual scientific award, the SIC, the STC 21st annual art online and publications competition for 1995 through 1996. And my book, Winning Chess Brilliancies, won in the category of scientific and technical books. And I was so proud of this achievement award for scientific and technical books. And they misspelled achievement.
Achievement?
It's actually achievement. So I won a scientific and technical books award where I got an achievement award.
Here.
I had to keep that.
Maybe you can hold it up again just because I think our cameras were a little small because we were doing the puzzles. Maybe it'll be a bit more visible here.
Okay, I'll bring it up.
I think people can see it now.
The achievement award. It's like, no, you gotta be kidding. Did you see it, Aman?
Yeah, we got it. Thank you.
So I treasure this as my achievement award, and I could just imagine my trustees of my legacy like looking at this and just like tossing it in the trash.
Yeah, you print that yourself there, Yasser?
Like what? The achievement award. Oh, dude. Would you mind the puzzles that we had? 2 puzzles? Unless you're playing.
No.
We had 2 puzzles that we got wrong? Could you bring them up so that we could see where we slipped? So yeah, that was the one.
Yeah, this was the first one. This was knight takes d6, and we did this decently quickly, I think.
And they said no.
They said
we should have played queen takes e3. Rook f2. Go ahead, put queen e3, rook f2. Yeah, that I understand. That was what we needed to do. Yeah, I mean, hindsight's 2020, but that was pretty obvious in some ways. Oops.
Right.
Yeah. And here.
Oh, queen f1 check. I didn't see.
Me either.
Because, yeah, without queen f1, it's completely winning for black. So,
here.
Yeah, this is really tricky.
Nice. I didn't see that either. Okay, good to know. And then the other one that we gaffed.
And this was knight h4.
And what was this?
This is the one where we were like convinced maybe it's knight c6. But if it's not this, it kind of has to be, no? Like,
so we tried bishop d6 and
it's bishop b5, man, right? Basic.
Yeah, we considered that, but like, isn't that the move where I was saying that even while we're making this move and we're allowing rook g6 and some mate, like, we could be blundering our king?
If you said that, I was agreeing on the principle of a general move. Like, no matter what the answer is, we're going to feel like as we play it, it's wrong. Because it's just the kind of position where you're getting attacked. Because I don't remember ever analyzing bishop b5.
I think I may have mentioned that, but never mind. So bishop b5 is the right move, you're saying?
That's just my guess. I haven't, I mean.
Oh, because bishop b5, bishop takes b5, rook c8. Got it.
It's just basic. Yeah. But like, no way we ever put bishop b5 on the board and rejected it for any reason. So
no,
I think if it was mentioned, it was just like a thought, like
in passing,
verbal.
Yeah.
Because this is very basic.
Not very nutritious.
Not our best run, Yasser, but still a nice score.
That last one, that king and pawn endgame with the distant opposition, king e7. I'm telling you, these guys at chess.com, they work on commissions. And they put
giggling there.
Their own puzzles in the pool. And every time their puzzle comes up, they got Aman, like they get like a Christmas bonus award, like an extra $10 for Frank.
God damn it. That's really how it works. Right. It's brutal.
Aman, it was brilliant fun. Seriously, I had a great time with you for all of these post games. After the game parties, we ran the gamut from the rules of chess, from the lowliest to the holiest.
Yep.
And the puzzle rushes were fun. The challenging the stream was fun. And a really, really big shout out to the stream because, of course, we do it for you guys. I mean, for you all and everybody who joined us each and every day. Thank you so much. It was really, really a lot of fun. All good things have to come to an end, my friend. I mean, prematurely, I want to say, but
True.
Nepo just had a really, really, really bad run.
Yeah. It wasn't a good showing. I think I have to find the balance between like, hey man, Magnus is Magnus. He played an amazing match. He didn't blunder. And how do you beat someone who doesn't blunder? I mean, that's one thing. Right. But on the other hand, Jan didn't do himself any favors. He had one really close, really good game with lots of chances where I think he missed. He dropped the ball a little bit. Like he missed some stuff that I think he should have seen. And then he started playing moves that don't belong in a world championship, to be fair.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it was Danny Wrench who said at the end there, this final game, that the match was ending on a game where Magnus played his most imprecise play. He never let the win go away, mind you, but it was sort of like, at the time that Magnus started playing second best and third best moves, it was already gone. I
Yeah.
mean, the
Yeah.
match was over. And Magnus played really just an amazing amount of really, 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 really good moves. I mean, to maintain that high level of accuracy, holy smokes. I
It's
mean,
true.
that how are you going to beat anybody who doesn't make mistakes? I mean,
No, you can't.
come on,
Plain and simple.
give me something. And Nepa must have felt like he was up against, well, a super chess genius. Magnus played great.
He did. He did, and he's retained his title for the 5th time. So
Right.
he's Mr. 5-time. I already saw some
Mr.
of his
5-time.
some of his Instagram and tweets and whatnot. So he's obviously happy. I mean, what a weight off your shoulders. Obviously, I'm never ever gonna experience what that's like. But just imagine something that happens every 2 years. That as soon as the candidates happen, and you know your opponent, it's like hunkering down. And I know you have some experience with this, as a
Sure.
second as well. And like, you've gone through the process a bit, but it's just crazy to think about how good he must feel right now. Like, it's just amazing.
Right. And again, it's just terrible, terrible, terrible press conferences. I mean, the questions were soon, Magnus, what are you going to do to celebrate? I haven't even thought about it.
I haven't met her yet.
I mean, it's 15 minutes old. I haven't even come to grips with it. I was thinking that I've got to play one more game with the black pieces tomorrow. What are you going to do to celebrate? I don't know. Terrible. Yeah. So hopefully for the next World Championship, the journalists will come with their A game and not what we saw. That was bad.
Yep. The only thing worse than some of the blunders was maybe the journalism.
Yeah, and that and you felt that, well, they had some rights to make it.
Definitely they pushed the limit.
Hey, if you're gonna play as badly as you are, I'm entitled to ask really dumb questions.
Well, exactly. It's like if Nepo's hanging a bishop, double question mark, then
right.
Maybe somebody shows up at the press conference and says, "Hey, man, are you embarrassed for Nepo?" Question mark, question mark.
Move that you played.
This is blunders all around.
Yeah, right. Okay, well, any case, from Holland, we're going to be signing off. By the way, again, it was great to do the 2 gymnasium classes.
Yeah,
the
those are done.
in the classes
those were
were
awesome.
A lot of fun. Big shout out to them, and for handling the challenges that I put in front of them. They came back with some really good answers. Loved it. Have fun in Tulum.
Exactly. You said it right.
Pronounced it right?
Yep.
Tulum?
Yep.
Sorry, I'll miss you on that one, but trying to catch you on the next one. I'm thinking Tampa Bay. I want to go to Tampa Bay.
Okay.
And not just for the Super Bowl either.
Yeah, I was going to say, coincide there.
Yeah.
But this was great, Yasser. Always enjoy it. I think we've been spoiled last, nearly 2 weeks or so.
It was fun. Yeah.
So yeah, I really appreciate you coming on. It's always feels like it's been a while since the last time that
we've been
on together, but I always enjoy it.
Absolutely. Best to Eric, of course, and Tari. And also, I just want to say a really big shout out to Dan.
Yes,
we had played some Hand and Brain, and we had really gotten into it. And he was coming back after I had explained to him the concepts of space and stuff. He was coming back with some really excellent moves, and we got to keep an eye on Dan. He's in danger of becoming a decent player.
Well, that's the problem. He is, but he doesn't, as he's probably told you, he doesn't work on chess or play chess, right? He's busy with other things. So it's
he said editing.
The only time that he really plays chess is when we get him on stream. So yeah, it's a petition for more Dan on stream, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah. And to that point, I mean, you said that he was freshly showered, shaved.
I think it helped.
He was a different beast.
I think it helped.
He was altogether.
Yeah.
This was like Dan 2.0.
Agreed, man. Agreed.
All right, Aman. Thank you, everyone, once again. Tell your friends where you hang out, and Until next time, it was fun.
Thanks, Yasser. I will sign off with the people here myself and let
Okay.
you go. Appreciate you staying up with us this whole World Championship, and I'm sure we'll see
I
you
love
soon.
it. Okay.
Bye, Yasser.
Let's get it.